to YouTube.
All right, here we are, and I can hear Cyrex's birds and cats.
Yes, I have both. The bird is my brother's, the cat, one of them is my brother's, and the other is mine.
Okay, that aside, that means we already have an audience. Yeah, so this is the first time I'm doing one of these myself. Be a bit lenient, patient. I don't know. Criticize the hell out of it because we will look into something quite baffling, I might say. But first, maybe introductions. I'm Wisp. Maybe you've seen the other two nice chats I've had with a friend of mine on my channel. One's just a mirror. And yeah, this is not how I intended to start my channel. However, this is a pressing matter. There have been a couple, but this is so pressing that I considered, yeah, I'm just gonna do a live thing, unscripted, and just dig into something. I already did a preliminary look into it. But yeah, we'll fine comb through it. To that, I should say I am not a licensed doctor or therapist or anything. I just read a lot. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. Most of the knowledge in regards to psychology, I have accumulated solely out of self-defense, not because I'm obsessed with the topic. Yes, there are things I would rather not want to know. I would rather like to forget. And I still have quite a high pile of books behind me that still want to be read. And hello, Exton Zero in the chat. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. So that's me. Cyrek, who are you, and what's your background?
My name is Cyrek. I host a small stream called Sisyphus in the Morning every Monday to Friday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Do another live stream around 8 or so at night. Give me 1 second. I have somebody knocking on my door.
How Murphy's Law strikes again. Yeah, while Cyrek checks the door, I can tell you I have had quite the experience with therapists, good and bad, and sadly more bad than good. But the good ones do exist. They do exist. They're just hard to find. And usually, at least in Germany, it is the case that bad therapists will give you an appointment very, very quickly, sometimes even within the week. When you see their schedules, where they look for your next appointment, there's a lot of room in there. And usually, if not after the first, then after a couple. Eric, what are you doing?
I just had my roommate come in here and bring me something.
Okay. Just it sounded like you were eating your microphone.
No. I don't have food now. Okay. I'm gonna cook later.
Okay, so thing is, a bad therapist will have a very free schedule, so you will get an appointment very quickly. After a couple of appointments, you may realize that you will realize why, and you will not come back either. And then there are therapists who have waiting lists that are up to 2 years long or even closed. Because everyone wants to go there because they're actually good. So this is kind of a market. However, it doesn't follow proper market economics, because the bad therapists still somehow get enough money to keep their practice going. Probably because a lot of very desperate people keep trying them out, so they get their money for their preliminary checkout sessions. I don't know. there's not a psychotherapy as it is in training in universities does lack a certain quality filter, and that is for one for emotional maturity, which means is the person able to deal with negative feelings of patients, for one. If we go into this topic by large, we would ask ourselves, well, is this a narcissist? Having a narcissist as a therapist is just not going to work for anyone. I have even met psychotherapists who show clear signs of antisocial behavior disorder, which means a psychopath. That is, and both have trouble understanding how normal human beings function. And in this case, being autistic myself, quite so. I just learned to mitigate a lot of that for public necessity. I still consider that as well human, because autists can emotionally mature. Narcissists are defined by a lack of that. They lack empathy. They lack. See, this is the stage fright thing. I'm losing more words than when I'm a guest on Smutcast.
You're doing fine.
Okay. Okay. Oh, this is mainly the thing. Bad therapists are often. So you have the narcissistic types, the emotionally immature types, and you have the types that are obsessed with their personal diagnoses that they love to put on people. Like they have a hammer, and when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And it's often the case that once a psychotherapist has a practice, that many of them, not all, far from all, but many of them, especially the bad ones, are then don't feel bound anymore by academic rigor. They are not advancing the knowledge anymore. They're not putting in their own research anymore. And they may even drift to esoteric pseudoscience and junk science because, they totally like the idea. And this is something we may be getting into. And I think there are even worse things like activist therapists who seek to indoctrinate the patients and deliberately give false diagnoses to push certain agendas. That is another topic entirely. But
yeah, I've seen that one.
There's lots of bad therapy. Do you want to share?
The bad therapy that I've seen with one of my friends, they are not challenged on how they view themselves to ensure that they actually are as they say they are. And because the therapist is, for lack of a better term, accepting of them as they are, instead of being like, okay, are you sure that you are like this? Are you sure that you are what you say you are? And they just, what's the term I'm looking for? They give them false acceptance to where they aren't getting the help that they need. They're just getting reaffirmed that, yes, you are as you say you are. Here's the treatment that you were going to set for you.
So they just blindly go for the self-diagnosis of the patient.
Yes.
Yeah, that is bad therapy. Another bad therapy is doing the complete opposite of that and disregarding everything the patient has to say, because patients can be able to know what's going on with them. They can be completely wrong, but they can also know what's up about them. And the more you're dealing with things outside the cluster B personality disorders, that is narcissism and everything that builds on that, borderline, histrionic, antisocial. Those are likely to be in some way obsessed with an idea or delusional. And yeah, those you should not simply buy into what they're saying, because they will claim various the funniest things, from being magical genders that they aren't. So they will claim you will come across Münchhausen syndrome, and Münchhausen syndrome is the very thing that you just described. Is the worst thing that you can do is to just encourage the patient in, yes, you are that, yes, you have that. Because Münchhausen syndrome is the patient claims to, or even actively believes to have, a condition that he or she does not have to get attention, or to have an excuse to feel bad, which then can get attention. But it can just be an excuse to not having to do something, to shirk responsibility. That is something you have to watch out for. I currently see a lot of that going on in a certain part of politics, where Münchhausen syndrome-like behavior is encouraged. And this is a very dangerous thing to do. I would even call it anti-therapy, not just bad therapy. It's like the polar opposite of what should be done. In good therapy, you will find elements of Buddhism and Stoicism, while in certain activism and ideology, you will find the exact opposite of that. They, for example, we will get into this. The whole social justice movement is all about making you unstable, making you unable to assess reality in an objective fashion. And yeah, that is just gone. It's doing the opposite of what psychotherapy should be doing. And since we have activist therapists who are social justice activists, they will do the opposite of what psychotherapy should be doing. So they will destabilize you more, and thus also make you dependent on whatever. You can see a crossover or a Venn diagram overlap towards cult indoctrination, because this is how all cults operate. They look for the weak, they look for the downtrodden, those in pain, and will say, I have a solution, I have a home for you. You just need to subscribe to my dogma.
Yeah, and I remember seeing a study a while back, I think back in 2016, 17, that people with mental illnesses such as Asperger's, autism and such, they have a higher proclivity towards being indoctrinated into extremist ideologies.
Yes, sadly. While autism has a tendency for more logical thinking, that doesn't mean you come to the right conclusion. And this is where these dogmatic cults latch on. They just bombard you with something. Autist then tends to get obsessed with the topic, digs super deep into it, and then the head's just filled up with the internal logic, however inconsistent, of the ideology. That is sadly a possibility. This is also how some autists get to believe that they have conditions that they don't have. Deborah So mentioned this in her book, The End of Gender, where nowadays there's a lot of autists who falsely believe to have gender dysphoria when they don't. They just read up a lot of nonsense on Tumblr and Twitter and Facebook that has nothing to do with the actual science. And since it is conveyed in a manner of, oh, it's when you don't feel like you fit in, you don't really like yourself, you don't feel like your biological sex, which is not what gender dysphoria feels like at all. Gender dysphoria is a very specific feeling, but since it's described in these vague terms that you can completely overinterpret and almost project most of your life issues onto when you do not like yourself, feel rejected, don't fit in, you can come to the conclusion, oh, maybe I have that. And so I have to do the solution of this thing in order to get better, which is in a way you could say a false escapism.
like those things that you just described are what I felt like in high school. But
welcome to puberty.
Yeah, that's just puberty in general, and even then, it can lead into later life because as you work more, you don't have people around you as often, and you just feel like there might be something wrong with you, and it's not that fact. It's the fact that you are being an adult and you are working and don't have the time to actually go out and be with people, so you feel like you don't fit in.
Yeah. A common thing bad therapists do, because they lack the emotional maturity, and I'm not talking about emotional intelligence. That's another thing, and it's as far as I can see, pseudoscience. People who use that term, you can usually say they don't know what they're talking about. The term mainly came up because people felt that IQ says I am just average, or even a little bit below, but you're still in the standard deviation because people don't really understand what the numbers even mean. So you're normal, but IQ doesn't matter much. I just come up with this new term, emotional intelligence, in which I am totally good. This is what I would say is a narcissistic reaction and coping. It's a coping mechanism. Emotional intelligence doesn't describe anything, I would say, useful, because a narcissist or a psychopath can be emotionally intelligent in the way to be able to manipulate others extremely well, but be at the same time emotionally immature, which is the relevant category. So emotional intelligence doesn't really mean anything of relevance. It doesn't mean that you have empathy. Most narcissists or narcissists in general do not understand empathy because they don't have any, but they believe that they have empathy. And they mistake their emotional reactions as that. This is all detailed topics. We may get into some of these because they will come up in this insane topic we're going to get into. But I wanted to say a common thing that bad therapists do, because they lack the emotional maturity as well as the cognitive ability. They're not very smart. They're not smart enough. So they will decide you have a certain condition. They will do this preliminarily. They will do this with prejudice and even drive you into a certain thing. They will ask leading questions. A good therapist will not lead you to an answer in questionnaires, in interviews, but rather listen to your life story, your experiences, and help interpret from that what the actual answer to the question would be most appropriately. Because many of these questions in psychology questionnaires are ill-articulated or too vague, and if you leave the patient alone with that and just check the boxes that you feel are right, is often going to lead to false results, because the patient doesn't really know what it means. Like the same way that a narcissist doesn't understand empathy, someone who does not have borderline personality disorder does not understand what a borderline questionnaire means with the question or the questionnaire point of I feel empty, or I most of the time feel empty, because what it asks for is just a general emptiness. However, some people think they have felt that in their life, at least at some point. But the borderline emptiness is a permanent thing that has always been there and never not. It is a completely different state of emotion than non-borderliners are in. You cannot conceive of what this feeling is. Borderliners hurt themselves to fill this emptiness. Someone with severe trauma, however, may be in such pain that that person may commit self-harm, and on a much different type, and on a much different level than a borderliner ever would, just to distract from the pain, or even end it altogether. It's a completely different thing. But there are bad therapists who just throw in all sorts of self-harm into the same pot and say, oh, if it's self-harm, then it must be borderline. If you have suicidal ideation, it must be borderline. If you have a negative emotional reaction to telling something, like a very, very negative event in your life, oh, it must be borderline. Because, and this is something that happens very often in Germany. Germany has an extremely high misdiagnosis rate, overdiagnosis rate for borderline personality disorder. And it is essentially, I'd say it put it on a similar level as a misdiagnosis of psychopathy. Because no sane therapist will want to touch you once you have that. That's something you have to address in a clinical fashion. And if you put normal people together with borderliners, there will be psychological abuse from the borderliners towards the non-borderliner. Especially if you throw autists into that, they'll just lose their minds. So the bad therapist will decide, you likely have this because I know this. The bad therapist, I know this condition and this condition and this condition, so it must be one of these three.
Do what?
You seem to have this condition, and so they don't tell you that, yes. But that's the mental process. Yes, Cyrek? Cyrek, can you hear me? I hear you clicking. You can't keep talking.
I don't hear anything from you anymore.
Oh no, you don't hear anything. I don't know if
might be on my end. Hold on.
Oh no, it's on the stream. On the stream, there's still sound. Okay.
It was on my end. My bad.
Okay. So the bad therapist will know only a couple diagnoses and not even know them well, will misdiagnose you with it, and then decide, well, for this diagnosis, there is this therapy flowchart. So I put this therapy flowchart over you, the patient, and if it doesn't work, it is you being not cooperative, and the bad therapist will then end the therapy with you because, well, you're not cooperating with the therapy. You should get better because the therapy is correct, and might get passive aggressive to get rid of you when it's a narcissistic one, but will likely write into the report that you definitely have this diagnosis, definitely have this pathology, and that you are not cooperative with the therapy while you're not cooperating. And this can be with the therapist, him or herself, not even having read the things you wrote for the therapy, like personal things, reflections, or evidence in an abuse case. Because when it's a narcissistic therapist, it is possible, like if it's a covert passive-aggressive narcissist, those are very fragile, let's say, very fragile people. They are apprehensive of even looking at the bad stuff because they can't emotionally deal with it. So they're treating you in denial of the real thing. But since I'm already talking for 20 minutes, maybe we should get to the main course. This is just a general rundown. So therapy can be really, 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 really shit. And if you find a good therapist, stay there. And tell your friends who might need one, which the good ones are. And if it's a really bad one, there are ways to deal with that. One is to not go back there. Do not keep trying. And there will be bad therapists who might try to send you away by referring you to some other therapist that is even worse. and you think you at least could talk in some fashion with the first less bad therapist, and will complain to that one about, oh God, what is this horrible person you sent me to? Like someone who even laughed at you for what you're going through. I've had that happen twice. It was not a fun experience. And yeah, then the whiny covert narcissistic therapist will then try to guilt trip you, and often in a whiny fashion. And men and women can do this, but I've seen it more from women. Oh, but can't you imagine trying again going there? That you just went to someone who laughed at you for your problem, and you being asked, oh, can't you try going there once more?
That sounds like an abusive relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you have to learn seeing through that for one. Like if your entire life has been defined by gaslighting, it takes a long time to build up the pattern recognition. You have the pattern recognition. Your intuition knows what's up, but lifelong gaslighting towards you has killed your ability to trust in your intuition that is telling you, this person is not good for me, this person is lying to me, this person is manipulating me, this person is hurting me. Lifelong psychological abuse will kill the ability to trust your intuition. Your intuition usually does know what's up. It is more often right than it is wrong. And yeah, that's worth its own topic, the whole intuition thing. And since I am autistic, and so I am stuck mostly in my head and try to look at things rationally. And so this person has not yet proven to me to be untrustworthy, to not be bad. So I should give a chance, and then another and another. While my intuition is already screaming, "What the fuck are you doing? This is obviously a bad person that's just using others, and is going to trick you and exploit you." And the intuition usually was right. In retrospect, I had to go through that dozens of times, and every time I caught on a little bit earlier. And it's not that long ago that I finally streamlined this process and just thought, okay, I've seen this. I've seen this show. I've seen this episode. I've seen this movie. I know how the plot is gonna go. I'll cut this short this time, and I've been better for it. And this is maybe you have to go through some shit to catch on to the patterns. Usually what you need, if you go through gaslighting a lot, what you need is a good friend, a good family member, because it can happen in families as well. Someone you can trust, who gives you reality checks, like where you ask for a reality check and ask your confidant, is that really so, as the gaslighters are telling you, or is reality what I perceive it to be? Because usually you, as the target of gaslighting, your interpretation of reality is correct. They're just trying to put you down. And that's why you need someone else. If this goes on too long, what gaslighting is supposed to do is make you question your own perception. It's trying to make you believe that you are psychotic or schizophrenic, that you're hallucinating, and all of these weird things that you are not. And that's what you need a good friend for, whom you can ask some really stupid questions about, is that so, or is that this other way? And your friend will usually say, or maybe any third party will tell you, well, it's of course the way you thought it would be. Because you are not wrong, you haven't been wrong. It's the gaslighter who wants you to think you're wrong. But you can find a lot of resources on that, on several. There are some good channels on this. I'll put some in the description later, like Dovasula Ramani, she talks a lot about narcissism and narcissistic abuse on her channel. Very good. And Theremin Trees, he also talks about bad therapy as well as cult abuse. Those are really good professionals, among others. Yeah, but you see, this is a giant topic, and I can expand the intro to 2 hours probably, and maybe Cyrek wants to say something.
Oh no, on the gaslighting thing, and having confidants, I have 3 or 4 people in my life personally that are my confidants. You met you met 2 of them on the morning show, and they have both helped me out in a lot of situations. Another one is, funny enough, one of my ex's dads, who constantly told me that she was gaslighting me and that I was doing nothing wrong. It was all her, his own daughter. And the other is my stepfather. These 4 people have helped me through a lot and showed me how to spot gaslighters and how to handle the situation and get out of it.
Okay.
So
could you summarize the how to spot gaslighters?
The way that I was told, and I've been able to, is they will say something about you in a situation and make you the bad guy at all times. Like, for example, the way that I handle a situation would not be the way that they wanted me to handle the situation. And they would call me all sorts of names and say that I was in the wrong for handling the situation the way I did, even though everybody else around me told me I handled it properly. And it would just make me question myself and made me think that maybe I am the bad guy, because I would listen to them more than I would the people that were telling me otherwise. That's just from my own personal experience. So there may be other ways to spot a gaslighter, but that's one that I've noticed, and I've been in 2 or 3 bad relationships like that, where I was always the bad guy.
Yeah. Oh god, I can tell stories from other people. What is your TLDR for getting out of that situation?
If you have a network of friends that are completely honest with you at all times, they will call you out for your things, but also tell you whenever you do things right. And if they're saying that, hey, you're in a bad situation and you need to get out, the best way to do that is, whenever you are with the person who is being abusive or gaslighting you, whenever they aren't looking, get things like your keys that they have, get things that have personal value to you that may be at their place if you're over there with them, and cut off all contacts with them. And if they try and come confront you, have your friends on speed dial, because that's what I've had to do.
Okay, that's something. Before we get into this, I want to give 2 examples. One is a personal one. This was a key thing with a bad flatmate. We were 4 people, and the gaslighter who never paid rent, abused her, well, neglected her pets, and many other fun things. We got complaints by the house administration for her behavior, for one, which is what finally led to throwing her out. That was a long process. She was smoking way more than you could possibly imagine, and was lying about the rule we had set up. We had allowed her that in winter, when it's cold, in case she opens the window and the smoke goes out, it doesn't come into the apartment, out of her room, but goes out, so we don't notice it. Then, and only then, she can smoke in her room. What she took from that was she can smoke in her room, and that's what she told everyone else in the mutual social circles, friend circles. So it's a bit of a reduction of the rule. So she could, of course, play victim that way, by that when we complained about the smoke, that she could put us up as hypocrites, because, well, she was allowed to smoke in her room, so why are we complaining about the smoke now? Even though it's a bit questionable in the first place, when you're not taking a step back with the 3 other people who live in the flat with you. On top of that, the woman above us, she was the I don't know the word for that. She was doing the administrative stuff for the entire house. So she was representing the rent association or whatever. I'm sorry, I'm lacking the English words here. She told us later on that she and other neighbors in the house thought that all 4 of us were smoking, because the smoke that was getting into the staircases, into the staircase, was that thick, that strong. But we always entered through a side entrance to the apartment, so we didn't even know how much it stunk in there. And then there was this one day when I confronted her about it again, because we couldn't use half the apartment. We had this huge room that we wanted to use, but for playing Dungeons and Dragons and such things, but we couldn't even ever use it because the smoke was there everywhere, and it was so thick that the almost titanium white painted door at the end of the corridor looked gray. And so I confronted her that one time and told her about the smoke, and that we had a rule about that, and that it's gotten to the point where you shower, you get out of the shower into the corridor, and you immediately stink. And she stood there in her bathrobe, put her fists into her sides, and said, "Could it be you're just imagining the smoke just so you can complain about me?" While there were streamers of the smoke was so thick that there were streamers in the air, like in some 80s bar. And she said, could it be that you're just imagining the smoke? And this was the point where I just, this is insane. I backed off, and later that day I asked my other roommates again, my other flatmates again, and some other friends who came by, like, do you smell the smoke? Do you see it's misty in there and everything? I asked 5 people. And they all said, yeah, of course, it's unbearable. But a gaslighter will stand inside the evidence. A gaslighter might stand above might stand above the corpse with the bleeding knife in hand and say, could it be you're just imagining that I killed this person? Maybe it was you. That's the brashness of a gaslighter. It's absolute. The gal is unbelievable, and it is this gal that is this brashness, this forwardness with the lie that is messing people up, because you cannot, when you, as a sane person, it is hard to imagine that someone could be this forward and brash and ruthless with a lie. That is why it messes people up. Like, you can't say this and be sane. And the way a distant friend, acquaintance at this point maybe, managed to get her husband back from a gaslighter who was trying to homewreck her, same person by the way, was that because she was accused by the gaslighter as being paranoid and jealous and all of these wonderful things. And she was very smart, because she had the idea to, hey, okay, she's writing all these really evil things to me on my Telegram account, on an instant messenger. Hey, husband, who I'm about to lose, could you look at this and maybe chat with her through my account so that she thinks I'm that you are me, and just ask her innocuous questions. And he was first baffled that this doesn't sound like the nice girl that he was dealing with, and so he chatted with the gaslighter and got all this vile psycho bullshit from her, evil accusations and all of these horrible things. And that's when it finally clicked with him that, okay, this is a bad person, this is a manipulative person that is just trying to destroy my family, and this open relationship stuff is maybe not so good after all. And that's how she saved her family, because you need to get through, you need to outsmart the gaslighter, and that is something that is quite hard, quite impossible oftentimes. You need to be really tricky, because the problem is gaslighters are very manipulative people, and they've been manipulative since their childhood. So when they're in their 20s, they have a black belt in manipulating other people, and most people, especially the really good ones, they're so bad at lying and manipulating that you can consider they don't even have their pants on yet, much less their white belt strapped around. So don't feel ashamed if you fell for a gaslighter, because these people have been doing that all their lives, and you're level 0. There's no shame in having been used, even if a gaslighter managed to use you against a friend of yours that is the actual target. Don't be ashamed of that. If you come around, if you realize you've hurt your friend because someone used you, not because you wanted to hurt your friend, because you probably care about your friend still, go and apologize. Because that friend is probably just still hoping that you will come around. If you understand that there's no shame in having been used by a master manipulator, then it's gonna be much easier. Because I've known people who were so guilt-ridden for what they've done to their friends, because they were used by gaslighters in order to even abandon them and drive them to suicide even. Well, they thought they were helping. That they are completely terrified of ever talking to the friend they've done it to. Really take heart, take some courage, and make up. Because what this friend needs the most is a real friend, especially someone who comes around, because that shows that the world can be healed, the world can be righted. So, man, that's a bit of more of an example than I wanted to give. I'm sorry, I can't keep myself short. I hate it.
Tadros was saying good ones as in decent people or smart one.
decent people. Being smart does not protect you against being manipulated by someone who is 30 points dumber than you are. Seriously. A high IQ does not protect you from being manipulated. It is rather that can rather lead to you being more easily manipulated because you think too highly of yourself. So and you can't, even if you have a 130 plus IQ and someone of a master manipulator of average intelligence will outwit you because you cannot even think like the manipulative person. That's the problem. And you do not want it to be true that there is someone so vile. That is most people's problem. That they don't want it to be true that there are people who are ruthless, have no conscience, they're just about themselves, they walk over corpses, they leave a trail of corpses, burned earth, and they just move from social circle to social circle like parasites. And they cannot, there's two things associated with that. One is, oh, I did not manage to see behind the mask of this bad person, so I just keep believing in the mask and not the bad person behind that, because it scares me that this might actually be a bad person. So I rather side with the mask-wearing bad person against a friend, because I do not want it to be true that this is actually a bad person. That would mean that I have been tricked, that I have been manipulated, and this is really dangerous. So I rather side with the gaslighter, that the actual good friend that is the target of the abuse is actually delusional. And the other thing is, that's a follow-up of that, is that if I admit that this person is actually manipulative and just wearing a mask, like a psychopath that pretends to be the super nicest person and just helping everyone, and behind the scenes is torturing people, like very flat way of putting it. So if I didn't see behind this mask, if I couldn't see this, but it is true, then how many more people can I not assess are actually just manipulators, are really just wearing masks and are very big monsters behind those? And that is terrifying. That's a terrifying thought for people who have not managed to learn the patterns of recognizing these bad people. They're terrified that there may be so many more people who are like this. The same is true for people who are currently in a narcissistic abuse relationship where their partner is the narcissist, because they would have to reflect upon, so they can't help you with your narcissistic abuse, because listening to what has been done to you would remind them of what their partner is doing to them. And they have to stay in denial of that, because otherwise they would have to admit that they would need to call off the relationship, maybe even marriage. And this is why they will abandon you, because they have to stay in denial. They have to stay in cognitive dissonance. It's not because they truly don't believe you or hate you. It's they have to. It's a coping reaction so that they can keep believing that the abusive relationship they are in is actually not abusive. You are at the short end of that stick, sadly. Yeah, man, this just goes on. What an intro.
So what did you want to bring up?
Yeah, the actual thing of the matter, 50 minutes in, wonderful, is something I just came across because the current, so I had two good therapists lately, but best ones so far in the past 4 years. So I'm dealing with a very severe PTSD. I rarely bring that up on the streams I'm guests on because it just has no place there. And there is good therapy for that, really functional therapy that can alleviate most of your PTSD. It's very hard therapy, but it's going through hell, but it's a hell with an end instead of, well, staying in hell, which would be just going through your life with this crap. And the first one, sadly, very high noted professor. She was she went into what do you call this? The old age thing in English, pension.
We just call
retirement.
Retirement. They live off Social Security. We have several names for them.
Okay. So she's just going into retirement. She's just pulling out of the we have something that's called the Psychiatric Institute ambulance. That is where you go when you can't find therapists. You will only have an appointment every few weeks, but you will have someone professional to talk with after all. They may help you find good ones, maybe if they are good themselves. And she was a really good one, but she went into retirement, and that means for her, she's just continuing her private practice and finishing the patients she has. She's not taking any new ones. So since I was relatively new, she also wouldn't take me over to that. And the next one in that institute ambulance, she was also very good, a very young one. Problem with her was, and by the way, I find it's a very good excuse and justification that you say you just want to finish the patients you have. You're going into retirement. That's a fair thing to do. Very understandable. The other one, with whom I did the whole slew of diagnostics, full differential diagnostics for mental disorders. I can tell you why we were so thorough with that. She just recently went into my God, how do you call this? Motherhood vacation. So she just got children, which is also a good reason to not keep working, and that is up to 2 years in Germany, because that's how long the children really need you when they're small, to build bonds and everything and grow up psychologically healthy. Yeah, so we went through all the diagnostics, everything, because when you're gaslit, the gaslighters often accuse you of having mental conditions, everything that makes you look insane. Be paranoid, be schizoid, be psychotic, etc. Turns out, oh wonder, oh what a surprise, I have nothing. Nothing, absolutely nothing. I'm not even depressed. I'm just exhausted from the PTSD. I don't sleep much. I get 3 to 5 hours a night with sleep meds. Without, it's 2 to 4, and my brain feels like it's on a barbecue. But yeah, I have none of the things I'm accused of having. What a surprise. I only have the PTSD. And this is relevant for what we're going to get into, because the next guy in line, who's only there like to the end of this month, I think, or is already out, he was a bit aversive. He did not get into any details of my case, so he didn't even look at what the things that were done. And since I mentioned a couple details that got wrong in the report, the other one wrote objective falsehoods, objective errors, like where my father lives. Like she wrote in that he lives in a city nearby, when in reality he lives at the other end of the country. It takes like a 3-hour drive. Those are relevant things when it gets to for example, the social ministry needs a psych report for, oh, do you still need these disability perks to use public transport for free? For example, because if your relatives live nearby, well, can't they do it? Then you don't need the perks. And he made out of that. Tannhäuser Gates said maternity leave was the word I was missing. Thank you. Yeah, and this guy, he didn't want to do we wanted to deepen the PTSD diagnosis and then look for what therapists would work. I already know which therapy works because was lucky to get one session of that type, so I know what works already. I don't need to try out various things. I just need someone who does that kind of therapy with me. But this guy didn't want to do that, and then told me that he's going to leave anyway, so I would have to go to someone else too, but didn't organize getting me to someone else. Now he just left me hanging in midair with no one again, so I have to restart on that place all over again. Wonderful. Meaning recontact them to get appointments. And instead, now at the last telephone call, he had the wonderful idea to tell me, oh yeah, he's gonna do this interview questionnaire with me after all. And he thought, and I thought, okay, it's a trauma thing. And the thing that asks 4 trauma questions, for the most part, but it leads to something completely different. And this is we will look at this questionnaire as well. And most of the questions in that relate to completely normal PTSD. If you have severe PTSD, you will answer these questions positively. Some of them will be more prevalent in complex PTSD. It's a special form of PTSD. It's a worse form of PTSD, if we're honest. And it's mainly caused by psychological abuse. And we can more or less assume that all people with borderline personality disorder have complex PTSD as well from their childhood. They just don't remember most of the things that caused it. Because borderline is usually, there's a genetic component to it. So they usually had a psychologically abusive parent in the first place. And then they develop these broken coping mechanisms and this inability to be rational and distinguish reality from fantasy. However, not all people with complex PTSD have borderline. Borderliners are just very prone to causing complex PTSD in other people. Yeah, right, that questionnaire. And then there's like 2 or 3 questions that basically just ask for symptoms of depression without naming it that way. And just 2 questions that relate to the actual topic that this mystical diagnosis we're going to talk about are about. And they are just asking for, well, would you like revenge upon whoever did the thing to you? Which is a very strange question to ask. Most people, even if you had it, it's unlikely you would ask it truthfully. Some dumb narcissists or borderliners might answer it truthfully. Borderliners tend to be vengeful for one. And what this is going into, I'm spoiling a bit. This whole thing is basically the guy who invented it. He is mistaking narcissistic slights for trauma, for severe PTSD, for trauma, and puts it into the same basket. And what he calls this, now we're getting into it, is that you do not have post-traumatic stress disorder, but post-traumatic embitterment syndrome or disorder. So he just claims you're just bitter because of negative life events that were done to you, and because you believed in a just world. He alleges that everyone in the world has the delusion that the world is just. I do not know about you, but I never believed the world is just. Took me a while to formulate that I believe it is unjust, at least society. Nature just does what it does. But society is something that is up to us whether it is just or not. And yeah, thank you, Simon, in the chat. It's very nice of you.
That's, like you were saying, the world is very unjust, and society itself is unjust because what people think is justice doesn't really mean much, because everybody has their own sense of justice. And whenever you factor that into narcissists, whatever they think is justice is justice.
Mm-hmm.
There is
But everything that benefits them is justice.
Yes. There is no middle ground. There is no alternate views on this situation. It's whatever they view as justice and benefits them is justice.
Yeah, and a narcissist will already feel slighted if you tell the narcissist no. They can't deal with that. When you enforce your boundaries and say no, not further, no, you don't get that, no, you are wrong. A narcissist can't deal with that well. And that is where then their plans for vengeance come from. And well, it's especially the case with borderliners, in my experience. But the whole B cluster does this. I can't speak for histrionics, but the other three definitely. And whether they go passive aggressive, whether they go physically violent, whether they manipulate the people in your life so that you will be completely isolated. It's all the same. It's all coming from the same narcissistic injury. Like they have a God persona that they believe about themselves to be perfect. And when that gets a crack, they get panicky. So when the narcissistic slide puts a crack in that God persona, because what I can't be wrong. This can't be. I must destroy whatever the source is that caused me to have to realize that I might be wrong about something. If that is a person, the person must be destroyed. That would be the core thing that leads to that. Yeah. So let's see. I've never operated StreamYard. Lots of wonderful buttons here. No.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Show. This is the wrong page. So here we have just the Google search for PTED. And that is the term post-traumatic embitterment disorder was recently, that is 2007, introduced to describe a subtype of adjustment disorders characterized by prolonged embitterment, severe additional psychopathological symptoms, and great impairment in most areas of life in reaction to a severe negative but not life-threatening event. We'll get into the full text in a bit because that's going to be it. So this is a relatively new thing. But the guy who's been working on it has been doing that for 30 years. And everyone in the past few days I talked about this with was laughing or shocked or both, including the because I can't really, it's very hard for me to leave my apartment for health reasons. Has nothing to do with the coof. I also get some ambulant help, like psychologically trained people who talk with me about stuff so that I can vent a bit and we can organize and look for competent people, because there's levels of this stuff where you need people who can deal with the emotional stress that you would go through in therapy. Like you can do the same types of therapy like EMDR with people with lesser trauma or medium trauma, and they will not have that strong of a reaction, because part of that kind of therapy is that you deliberately summon up the trauma in detail. Can explain that at some other point how that exactly works, but it can relieve the whole thing. It's just excruciating, absolutely excruciating. If you do this with severe trauma, which is especially with complex trauma the case, and you will go through the hardest versions or up to the hardest versions of the PTSD breakdowns that you have had so far during that. So you need a therapist that can deal with that and still help keep you in one piece, help keep you focused, and be in an emotional support. And once you get through that, hey, a relevant percentage of the PTSD symptoms with that specific trauma complex will be solved. It will be gone or reduced to like 20% of its intensity. So that is worth it. Anyway, PTED, there's a few things I clicked on here, but not everything yet. Like I said, there's some papers and some other stuff, but let's jump into the, is it this one? No, this is a book by the guy. So this one, this is the paper we're gonna look at about this. I say it's a false diagnosis, or even a false idea. This is junk. I say this is junk science, and maybe you come to another conclusion. I'm looking forward to everyone's critique. We're gonna look at the paper. We're gonna look at the references in the paper. We are going to look at the questionnaire that is being used, that this guy invented, and we are going to look at the proposed therapy that this guy impartially invented, or at least pushed to invent, and how much nonsense it is if you have actual PTSD. Oh, by the way, the guy who did the diagnosis and also used leading questions, he wanted me to answer in specific ways so that I would get more points on that bloody thing. He claimed that I had this thing, but not PTSD, although this is derivative of PTSD, or rather, not derivative. It is, you have to have PTSD in some fashion in order to have this nonsense. But he says, I have this, but not PTSD. So nothing makes sense. Well, we'll see. And then we're going to look in. And then afterwards, we're going to look into who this man even is, because his name, this is Linden M. The M stands for Michael or Michael. He's a German. His name comes up everywhere. Just look for PTED, and he is everywhere. He started it. He references himself everywhere. It's all him. The book is him. The therapy is him. It's all him. And barely anyone else is talking about it. And I mentioned my ambulant psychotherapists. That is not really what they are, but they have studied psychology proper. And I asked them about it. And they said, I've never heard of this. As I explained it, and they will look into it themselves. As I explained it, I only had time to talk with one about it. I have two of these. So the one said, it sounds like complete nonsense and a scam. So that's a preliminary professional opinion. Doesn't mean she will keep that conclusion, but we'll see. That's maybe the order I want to get through this. And Sarek's probably bored at this point.
No. I'm just listening.
Yeah. Oh, the Bear Thing Show said hi. And is that Bears or is it someone else?
That's Austin from the morning show.
Oh,
or
that's Austin.
Either Jam Sully.
Okay. So you don't know yourself?
It could be either one of them, honestly.
Okay.
Because they share the YouTube account.
Oh, okay. Cool. Hello. All right. So we're talking about embitterment and post-traumatic embitterment disorder. An old, frequent, but still under-recognized problem, which is already a lie. Because this guy just made it up a couple of years ago. And even if we go so far as saying 30 years ago. This is not an old problem. It's just something he is misidentifying and misattributing. But I'm spoiling again. I'm keeping you from being able to make your own conclusions. So this is some other stuff. So here we have the references. That's the... Wait, this was the abstract? Okay, I haven't read this part yet. I would like to go through the references first. We get a feeling for this, and then we'll get into the paper proper, the actual text. Or do you want to do it the other way around? Because I'm confused. I have everything in my head at once. That's the problem. I need someone to help me sort things.
So, the best way to go through this is to read through this and then look through the references that are given.
Okay, I thought to go because I skimmed through the reference list, and there's just some statistically interesting things in it.
Well, what we can do is once we get to a particular point where statistics are mentioned or the study itself is mentioned,
go to that reference. I didn't mean to check all the references, but just to skim the reference list for patterns.
That's the best option to do. Once they mention the reference, go to that reference.
Okay. We'll maybe do the whole thing afterwards. This is what I take from that.
Yes.
Okay. So, go. History. The founding father of modern psychiatric classification, Emil Kraepelin, dedicated a full chapter to querulent delusion in his textbook Psychiatry. This is something from the 1910s, very early book. There's not everything that's over 100 years old. Psychiatry, psychology was in its infancy and didn't make much sense. You had definitions like puberty being a form of temporary insanity, which isn't entirely wrong, but it's misidentifying a few things there. If you get the joke. This first sentence here already says what this is all about, because he will later say that this PTED is equivalent to querulent delusion. Querulent delusion means that you are imagining a problem or exaggerating a problem, and you are obsessed with fighting to right it, getting justice for it, getting revenge for it. And you will keep doing this, and it's your entire lifestyle. If something comes to mind, it might be the Karen, what we call the Karen syndrome at this point, for jokingly, the Karen meme, is that the feminist movement seems to do that, the social justice movement seems to do that about absolutely everything. The satanic panic helicopter moms also seem to do that, as they saw the demonic, the satanic influences in music and movies and Dungeons and Dragons. They have to fight it all the time.
Don't forget about the video games caused violence back in the 90s.
Oh yeah. For the conservatives, it was video games cause violence, and for the socialists, it's video games cause sexism. And becoming Nazis apparently somehow. Yeah. So
that was always a fun one.
Yeah. Especially the people who are against socialism somehow are Nazis. This is a this is a joke in itself. Isn't Bear Thing Show asks, isn't a German psychiatrist a trope in fiction? Yeah, kinda, and I think that goes all the way back to Freud being Freud. And we still have in Germany a lot of Freudian psychologists, and they're still being trained, and the rest of the world is laughing about that for justified reasons. Yeah, so first sentence, I'm already talking for 10 minutes, so that we understand what he means by querulent delusion. So delusion, the German word would be wahnhaft. You means you're making it up. It's in your mind, you're exaggerating it, it's not real, etc. So we're talking about someone who is in some fashion clinically insane. I said before that thankfully now I did the whole differential diagnosis of everything, and I am not delusional. So I can't be a delusional querulant. Maybe I am a querulant, but I'm not a delusional one, at least. But he will equate the both as one. So this disorder is a reaction to injustice, which can be caused by legal disputes and conflicts with neighbors, family members, or public authorities. So very normal things. Individuals are obsessed with the wish to restore justice and or take revenge. So basically, he pathologizes that you want to that you want to go up against a perceived or real crime, and this "or" is very important because he makes no distinction between something you just falsely perceive, a narcissistic slight, for example, and an actual real crime that has been done to you, or that has been done to others. Like the public figure could be advocating genocide or even doing one. And you going up against that, in his eyes, would already be pathological. It would be delusional querulancy.
That would be like saying that John Wick or the Punisher going out for their revenge and restoration of justice is delusional, even though it's, well, John Wick, they killed his dog.
Yeah. So here we're still talking about legal disputes, conflicts with neighbors, like very light things. But a legal dispute can be anything. And most of this text is written in a very wonky way. So individuals are obsessed with history. They are ensnared by what has happened. This is the sentence that he builds the post-trauma onto, that obsesses you. So it's not, if you have PTSD, you are mainly haunted by what happened. And it's not that you want to be haunted by it. You rather want to get rid of it. You want to get rid of the trauma. And there are several ways to do that. And restoring justice, for example, is something that can be very alleviating because it heals the world. It restores the world to what it should be. And I mean, we have this whole thing with civilization and justice systems in order to facilitate exactly that. That's the purpose of them, even though they sometimes don't do that or even side with the abusers. Of course, that makes things worse. But in the best of cases, a victim, an objective victim, gets justice. That helps the victim get back into life and heal a bit. Trauma therapy is the second component for that. But as we can see, he puts even small things into this. So the whole range of, let's say, the I don't know when YouTube's gonna jump the censor button, but when we talk about severe sexual abuse, and he puts that into the whole range from someone stole your lollipop and severe sexual abuse. He puts that all into one bucket. So we go on in the text. They neglect all other areas of life. You can misinterpret this in a person. Like if the trauma is too severe, you have constant breakdowns, for example, you just lack the strength to do anything, like to clean up your apartment, for example, and you need help with that. You do not want to neglect it, but you just don't have the strength for it anymore. It doesn't mean because that this is not a product of you wanting to or obsessing on seeking justice or revenge. It's just that you lack the strength because you're so exhausted, because you don't get any sleep anymore, because of nightmares and constant hypertension. Or in my case, I this is not a nice thing to admit. I have to hard schedule when I take showers. I have to look for windows of opportunity for that, because due to what happened, the feeling on my skin of water drops on my forearms leads to me having flashbacks. This is a haptic reaction, because it was rainy that time, and my body has this, remembers this, makes this threat association with this feeling was present during that very dangerous time. So the false connection in the brain is, this feeling is there, so it must be dangerous again. So call up the memory. And that can lead to a severe breakdown in the shower. It's kind of shit. When I'm already exhausted beforehand, my legs are weak from the cramping around and everything, well, I may postpone the shower for another day and push for that later on. And I'm not proud of that, especially in the summer. Yeah, but every time I have to go outside, or I know someone's coming over, I force it through with mixed results. Like sometimes it works more for the most part, and sometimes yeah, I maybe should have skipped on it after all. But you never know. You can never know beforehand. That is the problem. So I would like to get rid of this reaction, because I want to take normal showers again, like a normal person. This has nothing to do with neglecting this area of life, like neglecting hygiene because I'm obsessed with seeking justice. It's complete nonsense. You want to say something to that? Okay.
Seeking justice for wrongs against you is not something that would make you delusional, because people look for justice everywhere. It's going to seek justice in a fanatical way is what can make you delusional.
Yeah.
And the entire midsection of 2020 is a good example of that.
Yep, pretty much.
I'm saying that in the vaguest sense to avoid the YouTube censorship.
Yeah. But that is what you're referring to is a delusional thing, because the people involved in that, they do not care about reality. They have been told a certain thing, they have been agitated, turned into extremists, and they live in this reality that has little factual grounding, rooting in reality. And there's an irony in that, because that was a social justice movement, or still is. Just give me a second, because Seda just messaged me. And she's asking to play Valheim, but I am doing a very important stream right now. So, yes, back to the text. Embittered individuals can become so obsessed that in the end, according to Krepelin, so this guy from 1915, I think that was him. Let me check here. Oh yes, Krepelin, editor, Psychiatry, Psychiatry, a learning manual for students and doctors. And oh god, he changes to Studierende. So this is probably a modern change title, because they didn't write, this word was never used 100 years ago. Clinical Psychiatry, Volume 3, Edition 4, from 1915, pages 1533 to 46. So this is a book, he references a psychiatry book, a psychology book from 1915 here. This should be called into question right away. So I do not know how highly psychology is holding such old material.
Psychology, from what I remember, my psychology teacher teaching us in high school, mind you, this is high school, though the first lesson she did teach us was never self-diagnose. But she was a licensed psychologist and sociologist. She said that if you're looking at any data or any psychological literature prior to 10 years, it's outdated and it needs to be looked at with a grain of salt.
Cool. Yeah, I would subscribe to that. Imagine we do that in well, physics is a little more stable than psychology. Yeah, but imagine we just go back to geocentrism because someone references that and thinks, oh, it's a good idea. We'll have a flat Earth and as the center of the solar system. I'd be a bit careful with that. It makes for good jokes or fantasy stories, but not necessarily science. There was a thing I wanted to say about this part here. Forgot it at this point. Neglect all areas. Embittered individuals can become so obsessed that in the end, according to Kraepelin, the guy from 100 years ago, they may even be taken into custody. To emphasize the severe and disabling character of this disorder, Kraepelin calls it a psychosis, specifically a reactive psychosis, to clearly differentiate it from endogenous psychosis like schizophrenia. So it is something induced, not something endogenous psychosis like schizophrenia. That is something physiologically developed. That is your brain acting out. He stresses that it should also be differentiated from cryolent psychopathy. Cryolent psychopathy. Okay, that's a different term. I haven't looked this one up yet.
That was an A. Cryolent psychopathy. I'm really not getting anything on that. There's an archive link.
It's not put as one term as I just go through the first page of Google. A history of psychopathy in Germany, 2015. Dangerous psychopath as a perpetual troublemaker, querulent, person prone to vice, vagrancy, crime, and recidivism. Okay. Yeah, thanks for making that distinction at least, I suppose. So it should also be differentiated from this thing, or personality disorders, which involves individuals behaving querulently in certain situations, but calming down when a dispute is resolved. What would that be? A personality disorder in which you behave querulently in an unjust situation, but calm down when the dispute is resolved. So when there's conflict, you are agitated.
Like a normal person.
And when the conflict is resolved, you calm down.
So like a normal person.
Yeah. This one, you see. This is the first paragraph. You see my problem with this. And this is not okay. This is still the history part. This is not going to get better. So I can understand. I've dealt with is the wrong word, sadly. With what's the word? Self-righteous narcissists. A self-righteous narcissist is likely to throw a violent tantrum the moment you say something that is not in accordance with the self-righteous narcissist's worldview. And once he's had his rage and you're on the floor, he will calm down. Because now he feels in the position of power, and what he says must be reality. And then since you're on the floor, everything is resolved to him. So he could mean that, but that would be a very generous interpretation. And we would still be talking about a personality disorder that he wants to distinguish this from. However, when I think of querulent delusion, it is narcissists who tend to have them. I've been over 10 years active in politics, in a political party, and we had people that I would consider the term delusional querulent to be fitting, because they were constantly complaining and harassing other party members and organs of the party for complete bullshit. Usually, they themselves didn't believe in the things. It was just to annoy people, to waste time, to waste resources, and to drive people out of the party. But there were some instances where it's Machiavellianism. But in other cases, in a few cases, the people were truly delusional. They believed in the nonsense they were saying. Although it's very difficult to make the distinction, to figure out, is this guy a delusional idiot, or is this guy an asshole who tries to psychologically torment everyone so that he or she gets into power? That's its own thing. So a querulent delusion stems from a single traumatic event, becomes more and more exaggerated, and does not stop.
Mm-hmm.
So that's his.
I was about to say. I'm looking at the way that you're supposed to differentiate querulent behavior and everything else. Is querulent behavior is to be distinguished from either the obsessive pursuit of justice regarding major injustices or the proportionate, reasonable pursuit of justice regarding minor grievances. The life of the querulent individual becomes consumed by their personal pursuit of justice in relation to minor grievances. So they take this really minor thing and run with it until they have the justice that they want. Where if you seek out justice for a minor grievance, such as, say, you're having a grievance with your neighbor about the limbs of their tree hanging over your lawn, which is a thing that people have dealt with. The querulent person would be the one who will continue to seek justice constantly by talking to the homeowner association, to their local authorities and such. And then finally, whenever they feel like that nobody's listening to them, they will trespass onto their neighbor's property and cut the tree down. Where if the normal person would be, all right, your limbs are on my side of the yard, I'm going to trim the limbs so they're not hanging over my side of the yard anymore. Instead of cutting the whole tree down.
Yeah. The extreme reaction is something you see in abuse, can see in abuse victims manifest, but extreme reactions are not something recommendable. However, it happens when the wronged party, or in this case perceived wrong party, as we're talking about someone delusional and obsessed, feels powerless, feels completely neglected and unheard. And that is what then leads to an extreme reaction. It's like being cornered, being helpless. And it's this helplessness that leads to extreme reactions. With the delusional querulant, yeah, we see these absolutely insane things happening with people who were been objectively harmed. What they want is usually compensation. If it's a criminal, see that person brought to justice in the sense of that person should not be part of public life. I do not want my friends, my family, my children to be at the threat of this person, because it might happen again. And that, I think, is a completely that would be a completely normal, sane stance. Instead of saying, oh, you are delusional because you seek justice, because you are bitter because you were sexually abused, you are now embittered, and therefore seeking justice against your sexual abuser would be that should be dismissed, because it's just you exaggerating the situation. And we do have some very fishy psychologists in Germany who do take that stance and say, "Oh, rape isn't that bad. I mean, it's just you just have a different life now than before." It's a very, very scary thing to hear on TV, and it led to some justified outrage, I would say. I would have to look up the name of the guy, but it was a pretty big incident. Yeah, so as I said, this thing will not make the true differentiation between delusional people and true harm. And it will put all you being heard and any negative reaction, it equates the pursuit of justice with revenge. For this guy, those two things are the same. Restoring the world, seeking justice, and revenge and wanting to destroy someone, or wanting that person to go through the same thing as you, is the same thing. But we'll get to that part. I mean, we just got done with the first paragraph. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so next part. A similar problem has been described in Asia, where Han, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it properly, it's probably some other way, is a feeling of remorse, victimization, unfairness, helplessness, and a deep urge to take revenge and to right the wrong, all as a consequence of unresolved injustice. I'm sorry, this is a completely normal human reaction, I would say. If you have been and I'm saying objectively, hurt, oppressed, exploited, whatever, something real, and you are made helpless, that usually leads to two things that can happen: suicide or going amok. I don't know what word you have in English for that. Going berserk. Like where people commit a mass murder and then suicide, murder-suicide.
We say they've gone delusional, berserk, crazy. We use multiple terms to describe that kind of situation, where some people say that they went mad, or that they people pity them because they went to such extremes.
Yeah, nobody talks about what caused them to become like this. Because it's yeah, there are cases where it is actual insanity, something physiological, something snapped in the brain. But most often, this is the case for school shooters, very, very often, is a history of abuse and neglect. And this is just a nihilistic reaction to it. So this is, you could, all of these, or most of these cases could have been prevented if the kids in question would have gotten some care. Anyway, where was I? This has been classified as a clinical entity. Hua-Byung fire disease. Patients with Hua-Byung, please don't punish me for butchering this. You're gonna put your German words, so we're fine. Patients with fire disease report strong feelings of frustration, pain, and somatization, so physiological symptoms, with outbursts of anger and the wish to take revenge in response to social stressors like spousal infidelity, familial conflicts, or other forms of injustice and breaches of trust. A breach of trust is one of the worst things, especially in a family, that can happen between people. A breach of trust means I do not know if I ever can trust you again. So why should I? And this is especially what gaslighters cause, because due to them constantly lying to you, lying about reality, you lose your, first off, you will lose the ability to trust into that person. You will lose the ability to trust in yourself and your own assessment. And ultimately, you may lose the ability to trust in anyone, because you never know whether someone's going to lie to you. And with the gaslighter especially, it can go to the point where the gaslighter says something about the weather. It's sunny, it's raining, it's cloudy, it's a clear sky. And you will feel the urge to check the window of whether that is true or not. Because the gaslighter is so unreliable, you never know when he or she is lying to you and trying to lead you astray. This is such an immense load of mental stress. This is where complex post-traumatic stress disorder comes from, because this is a prolonged thing, and there's several big traumatic events in this, because it is abuse over months, maybe even years. Eventually, snapping and turning to violence is a, well, maybe not civilized, but this is a natural reaction. Because at some point you can't take the insanity anymore. So people either leave that place behind and hope the gaslighter never shows up in their life again, or, well, it ends very bloody. But what I take from this paragraph is that he insinuates that a negative reaction to someone breaking your trust is already wrong. And if there is one thing important in good therapy, it's one thing to figure out, are you dealing with a good therapist or a bad therapist? A good therapist will try to help you develop an emotional balance, where all the emotions, all the base emotions you have, and that includes anger, frustration, that to have its place, and that you can express it, and that you can express your pain as well, because when you just suppress that, and narcissistic abuse and gaslighting seeks to suppress that in you, it poisons you from the inside, because you can never express it. You're never allowed to express it. And this guy seems to do exactly that. He is rendering a negative response to one of the worst things you can psychologically, emotionally do to another human being, which is abuse and breach the trust of that person. as something wrong, something pathological. Like you should just take it, just roll over and take it up the arse. Just give another chance, let them do it. As if he thinks that everyone does it, and probably the victim in this instance would also do it. It would be a normal thing. And he later on even writes that he assumes that everyone acts like this. And this is, so I'm spoiling again, this is how narcissists and psychopaths think, because they cannot imagine that someone could think differently than them. They cannot imagine a consciousness working differently than theirs. So, especially with a psychopath and antisocial behavior disorder, very manipulative people, they assume that everyone works like them. They are very manipulative, so they think that everyone else is manipulative too. So they think they have to out-manipulate everyone before anyone else does something. This is why they set up lies that they spread through echo chambers, and then they crystallize out so that it will be really hard to disprove them, like slander about you. And that you will only hear about it months, maybe a year later, that you're even accused of something, that there is some rumor going around about you that is just outrageously untrue, and essentially destroying your reputation and your life opportunities through that, and even your relationships. Because the psychopath thinks everyone does this, so he or she just has to do it faster. And then the psychopaths have mentioned that, so in custody, that they are completely surprised that other people aren't doing this. Like, other people aren't just exploiting other people. They do not comprehend this. They do not comprehend why other people are not exploiting others and manipulating them, and why they are so easily manipulated. Because they cannot conceive of anyone being different, thinking differently than them. So I believe a lot of this paper and everything else this is Mr. Michael Linden writes is narcissistic projection on his part. But that is just my accusation, my interpretation. You may come to a different one. I will love to hear things in the comments. I mean, you can see the link in my browser if you want to check out the stuff beforehand, because we're probably not going to get through all of it in one sitting. I'm looking forward to other opinions and maybe what I got wrong. Yeah. Kabam. Breach of trust, Cyril. What do you think? Something we should just brush off?
No. If you breach trust, that can spoil an entire relationship with a person. And I've had a few breaches of trust, and I don't associate with those people anymore because they broke my trust in a big way.
But Cyrek, that is a vengeful reaction. You're punishing them with depriving yourself of them, so they can't spend time with you anymore and share your resources. That's vengeful. You're delusional.
No. It is me knowing my self-worth and not allowing others to tear me down. And if I put a lot of trust in you and you break that trust, there is no way that I'm able to trust you again. Except for a select few people who, you break my trust in a way that hurts me personally, yeah, no. But if you break my trust in a way that would allow you to gain more information on somebody that is trying to actually hurt me, then I can understand that. but if you do it out of malice, no.
Yeah, so there's always the weird special situation, but the general breach of trust is a no-go. And as far as I'm concerned, especially lots of autists have big trouble when they're being lied to, because suddenly the person that has lied to you becomes completely unreliable in regards to information, because autists mainly exchange information. What we consider 7 parts of communication, that is the actual words exchanged. That is the main part of communication for autists. So when the information in that is untrue, it gets difficult. And that depends on how the other person is lying. So if it's just the other person didn't know better, okay, not that big of a deal, because that can be corrected. If the other person, however, insists on the provenly wrong thing to be true after all, that person becomes unreliable and cannot be trusted anymore in regards to information or anything. Because this person insists on being wrong despite in the light of objective truth, of reality checks, of evidence, etc. And then you have the people who are deliberately lying, knowing that they are lying, and those are even worse no-goes, because they're not stuck on their wrong statement out of some narcissistic thing that they don't want to lose face, while in reality they're making an even bigger joke out of themselves by sticking to false beliefs. But in their minds, they're not losing face because oh, if I admit that I'm wrong, then I'm not perfect. Oh God, that's a bit delusional, if you will. Yeah, but the malicious liar, that is just someone you need to stay away from like hell, because it's an information source that I can never trust whatever this person says in any way. And the gaslighter, oftentimes borderliners, psychopaths, they do this deliberately, and that's bad. And so it hurts normal people as well. No question about that. In my experience and talking with other autists, it seems to affect us way more, way faster. I'd say that's the main difference. It's just a weak point where we take damage from in greater numbers and at a faster pace. I'm not saying that it's only us who get hurt by this. That would be nonsensical. That's mainly because lots of autists absolutely do not know how to deal with such a situation, with such a person, because I'm prone to this as well still. Believe they can have a rational conversation with the other person and convince that person of the false statement to be a false statement. The other person knows all that already. The thing with a liar is that the liar already knows the truth. That's why you cannot rationally convince the liar of the truth. The liar knows the truth, just won't admit it. And that can drive people crazy. So, next paragraph. In Europe, this syndrome has been rediscovered, in quotation marks, and described as post-traumatic embitterment disorder, PTED. Yeah, it has been rediscovered by the author of this paper. So the sentence reads as if this was a general thing by other people, but you only ever find this man's name on these papers, and all papers that are based on also about this research where his name is not on it are referencing his work. So he is the source of it. It's not a general thing that has been rediscovered in Europe. It's just him. when such cases were seen more frequently. So that's as far as I've looked into this. If you find other information about that, let me know in the comments. So when such cases were seen more frequently as a result of the many stresses caused by the German reunification. That's something. Rediscovered as post-traumatic embitterment disorder when such cases were seen more frequently as a result of the many stresses caused by the German reunification. So when East and West Germany came back together. And this is an ideological thing he's going to get into, because he's looking at the exact wrong things. So in summary, querulent delusion, Hua-Byung, and PTED describe virtually the same syndrome interpreted as a reaction to social stresses and especially injustice. So here he says these things are the same. So a delusion, querulent delusion, and PTED, post-traumatic embitterment disorder, are the same thing. So if you are, this is how I interpret this. The sentence is, if you take issue with being objectively harmed, you are delusional. Because he does not make the distinction between severe and real objective things and minor slights, narcissistic slights. What do you think about that reading, Cyrek?
That one's hard to figure out just because of the wording.
Mm-hmm.
How do you rediscover? How do you rediscover anything in psychology?
Well, we abandoned phrenology, and now we can just reapply it because it makes sense after all.
If it has been discredited, there's no reason it should come back.
Yeah, or even if it fell under the table because it was completely useless. If it had been useful in psychology and psychotherapy, it would have had its place for a long time already. And I can tell you where it does have a useful place, but you won't like it. I'll explain the reunification thing in a bit. What do you think about so he says, so this is the way I interpret it, that he doesn't distinguish between objectively severe things and minor slights that you exaggerate over, and you being hurt about what has been done to you and you wanting justice in some way, fashion, or form. And he equates justice and revenge as the same thing. We'll see more proof of that later on. That he thereby essentially says that you being hurt and you wanting justice for having been abused is a delusion, is delusional.
Being a normal person is apparently delusional.
Mm-hmm. Well, and being well, you could also want this to protect your friends and family. Go after an abusive person, like in your neighborhood, or maybe in your school, or in your congregation, for example. I mean, it's not unheard of.
True. It's just, what's the best way to describe this? If you have two, like the reunification of Germany,
Mm-hmm.
if you have two different situations on either side of the wall,
mm-hmm.
And then whenever you are reunifying, there are going to be social stressors because you have some on both sides that sided with East Germany and some that sided with West Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And you have, and those people will be sympathetic to either side. So they would create conflict with one another. But that's just being people.
Yeah, there are so many more things to talk about the reunification. And for example, the government promised us blooming landscapes. The famous line by Helmut Kohl, chancellor at the time. And well, in a way, we did get blooming landscapes by a lot of East Germans leaving for West Germany and leaving empty villages and towns. And the industry was not protected, not helped build up. It was instead left to locust capitalists that just bought up all the companies and liquidated them, which ended up with the workers being on the street and being, well, without any way to support themselves. So they had to rely on the social services. So this is one problem. Another is that the socialist tyrants we had, whether politicians, whether teachers, were never dealt with, never brought to justice, never removed. We had in the 2000s still socialist indoctrinating teachers in the schools that were telling the kids to go to the left party's youth organization or other left activist groups that were all run by the same socialists of former East Germany. There lots of parents weren't happy about that, and many other things. But what he will be talking about is that people are just complaining about regime change. And the change of a regime causing this disorder, this delusional querulancy. And I will rather refer to that term because he fully equates it with PTED to hit home what he's actually talking about. That, for example, your nice, free, liberal, libertarian country is taken over by a despotic tyrant. Now you have a tyranny, and you not being happy with that, you being upset with that, and you being stressed by that, and you wanting to fight that. He, with this diagnosis, would fit his diagnostic criteria, and he would attribute you with being a delusional querulant, so you are insane, and thus you do not need to be taken seriously, and you should be locked away. So that's the ultimate conclusion. We have to play this to the end, after all. And I'm telling you, and I've talked about this with my father, and he has a history with the Stasi, and not the nice one where he played ball, but the other one. I showed him this, and he immediately said, "This is fascism. This is what they did in East Germany, because the socialists are fascists. What East Germany was, what the Soviet Union was, that was fascism, but that is because all socialism ends in fascism. It's all run like fascism. And that's what the left doesn't want to hear. It's like the trick of the century. It's gaslighting of the century to believe that socialism is not the same as fascism, that fascism is an exclusively right-wing thing. It's not the case. And the people in Poland, they know firsthand, they know it the best, that the brown socialists, the National Socialists, and the red socialists, the international socialists or communists, they're the exact same poison. There's no relevant difference. It's minutia. It's irrelevant difference. The thing is, in a Soviet country, be that nowadays Russia, be that Czechoslovakia, be that East Germany. The state, the Stasi, the secret police would have been so happy to be able to use a diagnosis like this, because the logic within communism, within socialism, is, of course, well, the system is perfect, and you are criticizing the system. You are a system critic. But since the system is perfect, you can't have arguments that are valid by definition. So you must be delusional. You must be insane. So we need to do away with you, which was the general practice in under red socialism, and as was often the case in practice under religious dogmatism. You criticize the church. You have something else on your mind than the dogma. You criticize the dogma. Well, you must be delusional. You must be of the devil or something else or something like that. You are a heretic. We need to do away with you. For the protection of the general public and for the greater good. It's always the same. This is why this I think we already, from what he's written so far, we could call this how the socialist wants to do away with you once 1984 has been established. You critique something, you're delusional because everything's perfect, of course. So you must be dealt with.
See, I actually got to. Yeah, it does, and I actually got to speak with my Oma over the week, and we talked a little bit about the situation that's going on in Germany, and she says that all she can see is the same patterns being repeated that led up to Hitler gaining power.
Yeah.
And she was born 4 years before the end of the war, but she's told me some things that a child shouldn't remember that have stuck with her.
I can imagine. I had an old lady living in the ground floor of this building. I think she was born in the same year as my grandmother. And sadly, she died a few months ago. I still wanted to talk with her about some of her stories and ask for a few more, maybe record some if possible. Because she lived in this very house that I'm in through the war, through World War II, and while the city was burning around her. Yeah, those are. I think those are stories we shouldn't just poof out of existence. Cyrek seems to have cat issues. I saw.
Yes, they are being loud because we currently have a friend's pit bull in the house, and they don't like being cooped up in one room because they're cats and they want to roam around the house. And the pit bull is about to leave because the owner just got here, and once that happens, they'll be happy and roam about the house, but still be loud and meow.
Okay, I saw a comment in the chat a while ago, but hadn't found a moment yet to address it. Simon Carlson asks, can a person be both on a spectrum of autism and a sociopath? And I sadly have to say to that, yes, I know at least one person like that. And not sure about another one, but it's at the very least one. It is a dangerous combination because autists tend to be very logical, and sociopaths are quite ruthless. If you're dealing with a high functioning autist, you're usually you can be dealing with someone of very high intelligence, and that's a very dangerous combination. A actual psychopath is hyper rational, but in a different way than an autist that is a sociopath. But that's a lot of details and a bit of a different topic. But to answer your question in short, yes, it's possible. These are not mutually exclusive. Personally, I believe that autism and borderline are mutually exclusive because one is extremely rational and the other one is clinically irrational, like hyper emotional with little rationality. But that's also a topic for another time. There are some things I think are mutually exclusive. Autism and sociopathy are not. And Simon Carlson also said, maybe this guy, Michael Linden, just can't think straight anymore. I mean, he was born in 1948. He's pretty old now. Old age is not very good for the brain. Well, he started this kind of nonsense 20 to 30 years ago. So he wasn't that old then. Yeah, but I rather think there's some at the very least narcissism going on with him, some narcissistic disorder that he is projecting onto the entirety of humanity. All right, so last paragraph. Although social stressors like injustice, vilification, humiliation, and breach of trust are frequent, burdensome, and regularly associated with strong emotions and suffering, they have found less attention in psychiatric and psychosomatic discourse and research than the life-threatening and anxiety-provoking stressors. So this guy thinks that injustice, vilification, humiliation, the breach of trust are not associated with anxiety, are not anxiety provoking or even life threatening. What are your thoughts on that?
He's saying they aren't, or
he's saying he's regularly associated with. Yeah, he's making a distinction between life-threatening and anxiety-provoking stressors that are, as of yet, unnamed, and says all of these things above are not life-threatening and not anxiety-provoking.
Humility is pretty anxiety-provoking.
Humiliation.
Humiliation. Humility is a good thing. But if you're going to humiliate somebody, they're going to feel ashamed. They're going to become reserved in how they interact with people, and they're going to have anxiety anytime that they do something similar to what they did before. So that can cause severe stress on somebody until they can overcome that. Vilification, that one's a bit harder because you can vilify somebody for pretty much anything at this point. And such as vilifying somebody for example, being a racist whenever they're not. That could put stress on them because then their public image is ruined.
Yeah, or you can go all the way and say false rape allegation.
That one too. We've seen a lot of those.
And then maybe a mob comes after you.
Yep. That can become a life-threatening situation because people don't like rapists.
Yeah, and the whole range of gaslighting includes these things as tools. If you do enough of that, you drive someone with humiliation, vilification, because vilification is as the opposite side of playing the victim, which is what the gaslighter usually does towards everyone but you.
Mm-hmm.
Plus breach of trust, which erodes very, very elemental parts of your psyche. If you do that enough, you drive someone to suicide. And there is a book by I'm going to butcher the name. Marie-Françoise, French name. Marie F. Hirigoyen. Hirigoyen, so the Japanese surname. She is or was a French psychotherapist, and the choice of words is a bit crude in the book, but that may just be because it's originally French. I don't know. It hasn't been translated into English, and I think that is a great loss. Because she describes in the most harsh way, in your face, bricks in your face. I have read a couple books on psychological abuse, and this is just bricks in the face. It's, oh God. There are books I think are more helpful for targets of psychological abuse long term. For one would be the Covert Passive Aggressive Narcissist by Debbie Mirza. That also goes through everything, but Hirigoyen is just she just hammers it in, and also gives, as many of these books do, stories of patients, anonymized stories of patients, or pseudonymized. And she also describes the tools, although she puts them into certain categories of for age groups, for example. But that is more for, I think, due to her trying to give context through examples, because all the tools of psychological abusers are used at all ages and towards all targets. And she has, I think, correctly identified, and the book is from 2001, that the psychological abuser, I think she calls them psychological perverts, which I find very a bit droll. She says that the psychological abuser has an intention to kill the target. But since the psychological abuser is aware that physical harm is out of the question, is not allowed in the rules of society, it is all relegated to psychological abuse. And this intention to kill manifests in an induction of suicide in the target. So it is I would personally say the worst way to kill someone, because you make that person want to kill him or herself.
Yeah.
That is, yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah, and this is why to say that these things mentioned here are not even anxiety provoking. We're not even talking about life threatening, but not even anxiety provoking is I find that insane. That this tells me, and this paper is from 21, it's from February this year. This tells me this psychologist has absolutely no bloody clue of how psychological abuse works.
No, they don't. It's looking more and more like they don't, I should say. Because they're conflating a whole bunch of things that you would deem normal into this supposed what was it called? It starts with the Q. Which one is it? What's the word again?
Delusional querulancy.
They conflate all of that of being just like justified in having been slighted and you wanting to seek justice. They conflate it into being a negative whenever it's not. Going about it to an extreme is the negative. But it seems like even the most basic points of it are negative whenever they're not. I don't know what is going on through this person's head to put this out there into what probably was discredited a long time ago because it was so vague, to try and bring it back.
Yeah, well, as I said, I do believe there is such a thing as delusional querulancy as a behavior, as a manifestation of behavior, but it is not what he is describing. He's lumping in things completely innocuous and justified and normal things into that.
If they use vague enough terms, it seems reasonable. But once you start breaking it down point by point and use logic in their argument, it breaks down.
Yeah. I would say that bad therapy can include or can be defined by, as well as junk science, junk psychology, can be defined by pathologizing completely rational, justified reactions that are even within the moral ethical spectrum. I know this is a very vague term, but and as well as common sense would be. I'm ringing for words here, wrestling for words. But that bad therapy, bad psychology can, among other things, be defined by or spotted by the pathologization of normal and healthy behavior, normal and healthy reactions. And as I said, narcissists, if you end up with a narcissistic therapist or a narcissistic nurse, like an ambulant nurse that comes home and takes care of, like, if you're old and you can't do much more and not everything, and you have someone drop by, and part of that person's job is to ask how you are, listen to your problems. Like we call this entlastende Gespräche, which means chats that take a burden off of you because something's burdening you. So you talk about your problem, so you can bounce it back with someone. And these kinds of people who do these jobs, where this is part of the official job description, they will shame you, guilt trip you, gaslight you, even insult you for telling them anything negative or having a negative or painful reaction. And they will even accuse you of being angry at them when you are just in pain about the thing you just told them. They will act as if it's directed at them, and therefore feel attacked, and therefore feel justified in attacking you back, being passive-aggressive, or even being actively aggressive, and then slandering you to their superiors, claiming you are a problematic client, a problematic patient, and that you should be that they won't come back to you, and that you should either not get any care anymore from this company or this clinic, or be put into something worse because you are clearly a delinquent of some kind, or delusional or something else. This I'm getting into more and more extreme results of this. This is just from the simple reaction of punishing you for daring to have a negative emotional reaction just because of, and I'm just talking about pain because you tell something, to the extreme conclusions, because the narcissistic therapist or ambulant nurse will try to seek any way to get rid of you whilst not losing face, because that person can never admit to being wrong or being not sufficient to care for you. Yes, Jack, the live viewer count is gaslighting. Not just you, it shows 0 to me as well. I don't know what's going on. There's a couple people in the chat. And oh my god, we got 7 upvotes. This is amazing. I'm really happy. I did not expect so much positive interaction on my first live stream on a channel that nobody knows about. Cool.
I mean, you have more subscribers than I do.
I have no idea how that happened. I've just been on Smartcast for months, and then this I just saw my once in a while I checked my channel for some things I'm not going to mention, and I saw my sub count is where is it right now?
You have 47 people.
Oh my god. I think I told Undoomed at some point, when it gets above 50, then I really have to do something. Because you can't, this makes no sense. Same with, there's an old unlisted secret stream from a project that wasn't really a planned thing. We wanted to make something from it, and one of them, the best episode of it, so it's all unlisted. It was shouldn't even mention this, but it was, we only gave it to 10 people. So counted together, I was doing this with someone, and I gave it to and we two together gave it to in some. I'm sorry, my German to English brain processor is failing. So we gave it to 10 people overall. And that bloody thing has over 100 views and I think about 10 upvotes. And it has always been unlisted. And I have no fucking clue how that happens. That's why Undoomed was so nice. He's been pushing me for about, I think, 2 years now to make content. I just said, no, I need to get healthy first. I need to get healthy. I can't concentrate on shit, and I can barely read at this point because I'm such a hard time concentrating, and all these stupid excuses. And then the view counter for that unlisted stream went to over 100, and that's the moment I first thought, oh shit. People are watching this and they're upvoting it, and it's not even public. What the fuck?
people probably kept on rewatching it. That would be my guess.
What did you say?
What?
What did you say?
I
couldn't hear you. There was a noise here.
Oh, I was saying the people that you sent it to probably either found it really, really interesting and kept on rewatching it, or found it interesting and shared it to other people that they thought might find it interesting.
Yeah, that is what I do think did happen. Both of it. It was a 4-hour stream, a 4-hour conversation, and the best part is the last hour that wasn't even planned. But anyway, back to this nonsense. So there is no mention of the term or emotion embitterment in the ICD-10. The ICD-10 is what is used outside the United States internationally. Oh, nice. He explains the acronym: International Classification of Diseases, 10th revision. And not even the emotion embitterment is mentioned there. And I think this is a good thing. The ICD-10 is from the early 90s. The ICD-11 is gonna be coming in, I think it's going to into effect next year. And it has a lot of good additions in the physiological chapters, but psychology is a very mixed bag. There's some good additions like complex PTSD, but there is really bad things like them taking out the whole transsexuality thing and putting it into some useless chapter like sexual health, which then, well, this will be a problem for people with actual gender dysphoria when they transition, and you have a country that has a healthcare system where then the health insurance will say, well, according to the ICD-11, this is not a disorder that you suffer from, so we don't need to pay anything for the things you need to transition. So fuck off. Which is a purely ideological decision through activists that sadly have a say in this. The actual patients of gender dysphoria that really have it and are not falsely diagnosed or self-diagnosed, just self-diagnosed, which is what most of the activists are. So most of the activists that claim to be trans, they are very likely Münchhausen syndrome patients. They're not diagnosed of that either, but they act like it. They act like they have a condition that they don't have in order to get attention, and they outnumber the people with actual gender dysphoria by, personal guess, 1 to 1,000. At least 1 to 100, but I'm at this point I'm willing to say 1 to 1,000. That's a topic in itself, and it's a very, very sad one. Yeah, or the DSM-5, Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, that's been used in the United States for the most part, and Germany also uses many terms from the DSM-5, which are very questionable, and which is very strange because officially we're supposed to use the ICD-10 as well as additional scientific developments. As I said, the ICD-10 is 30 years old, so we already have to use things that are not in the ICD-10, like complex PTSD or PTSD-2, as it is sometimes named in Germany. You will find under PTBS-2, because the German word is posttraumatische Belastungsstörung instead of post-traumatic stress disorder. That's just, the acronym is just different. Go on. Let alone the term post-traumatic embitterment disorder. Yes, man, because this is nonsense. Shouldn't be in there, and you made it up after the ICD-10 was made. So why the fuck should your new term be in there? The editors of psychotherapy and psychosomatics are to be commended on having accepted publications on the subject over the last 2 decades. So all the way to the year 2000, 2001. Before this didn't come up. As I said, the ICD-10 is from the early 90s. So why should anything of this be in there if it was first published 10 years after the ICD-10 was made? It's like, look at me, I want attention, my thing in the ICD. So I'm getting a bit petty here. And now to invite us to write this editorial, we aim to provide an overview of the clinical and scientific developments in PTED, hoping to stimulate further research and a better recognition of it in clinical practice. I hope this fucking thing shrivels up and dies. This is just from the history chapter.
So that's just from the history of how this all started.
More or less, yes.
Brief synopsis.
The abstract was a bit. I have the abstract page here. But it just starts with the history. I don't know what's wrong with this page here. It's like
It's the whole first page.
I think the abstract is missing. I don't know. It's weird. Like it looked like the abstract was on the Google site, but
So then he goes into embitterment.
yeah. So he defines he now defines the term, which is some meat. So embitterment is an emotion which is known to everybody.
I haven't heard it.
He's proven wrong.
Yeah, he's proven wrong.
Sorry, you just proved him wrong. How dare you? This is the problem with absolute statements. Okay. Similar to anxiety, nobody needs a textbook to understand embitterment.
Does it mean just to be bitter?
The German word. So I think this is a translation issue. The German word is Verbitterung. So you can be bitter, and Verbitterung, which would then be embitterment, is the process of becoming bitter. And that can worsen. That can go worse. You can go more and more bitter. That's what this means.
So I looked at the definition of it, and I get embitter, which is to make bitter in flavor or to arouse bitter feelings in. So you just become a bitter person. That's all embitterment is.
Being bitter does not yet mean that you are gonna act out or take action in any way.
No, it doesn't. It's just an emotional response, and emotional response is just the human nature.
So he goes on. It is a response to injustice, humiliation, and breach of trust. To which I say not necessarily. It can be, but it doesn't need to be. You can have different reactions to that. Or these things can not affect you, but to stay with him here. If you have a response, it can be, you can get more bitter, yes, but it is not. I'm just repeating myself. Sorry.
Tends to happen whenever the people also repeat themselves constantly.
Yeah, always the same arguments.
It's like you talk in circles and nobody learns.
So it goes on. There is the nagging wish to undo what happened, reinstate justice, get even, and take revenge. So and, likely inclusive. He could have said or, but he wrote and. And these tiny. I'm very nitpicky here, but it's these tiny things that one, make all the difference, and two, show how he thinks. Because you see a pattern. You can interpret how he thinks in how he's writing, in how he chooses his words. So yeah, assuming you got your very, very bad sexual abuse, would you like to undo what happened? I think that's likely. Most horrible abuse is people wish that it hadn't happened. It's irrelevant of whether that is physically possible, because, well, time is linear. Reinstating justice, that is just getting justice. Yeah, righting the wrong, righting the world, getting not having the abuser run around and do it again, neither to you nor someone else. I think that's a normal reaction. Get even, that is already revenge. Getting even is not justice.
No, it is not.
And take.
And once you get even, there isn't a sense of.
You want satisfaction.
Yeah, there's no sense of satisfaction in getting even. It's okay, I got even, but I want more. With justice, there is the sense of satisfaction. True justice, not extreme justice.
I would say someone vengeful, a narcissist, and I'm coming back to this term all the time. A narcissist takes pleasure in getting even and taking revenge. A psychopath does, a borderliner does. Well, all borderliners and all psychopaths are narcissists. Not all narcissists are borderliners or psychopaths. It's one of these rules of thumb as well. The psychoanalyst Alexander, reference, described embitterment as a masochistic defense reaction. That's interesting. As the affected individual continues to fight while accepting the self-destruction associated with embitterment. I think that's a bold take that probably warrants its own discussion. I wouldn't call getting bitter over something masochistic. Masochism, it implies that you are hurting yourself to get something positive out of it. There is nothing positive you get out of being bitter.
No, there is nothing you get out of being bitter over anything. Now, once you can be bitter for a short period of time, that's perfectly fine. That's reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
But to continue to be bitter months or even years after an incident and still seeking to be justified in getting even, that is outlandish, to say the least.
Yeah. For example, in my case, so that is a lot of time at this point. So what usually happens is that from day one, the abusive people want you to drop it, that you ever defend yourself, ever speak up, ever get the truth out. They want that from day one, if not before day one. However, so I have several emotions about all of this, but bitterness, I'm not sure. Maybe during the times of having to realize and accept the fact that people I trusted turned out to be absolutely malicious, to the point that they knew that full well. I have this black on white. That they were aware that they were causing me to harm myself, to the point of that I would just, leave this plane of existence. They knew they were doing this. Having to realize that level of malice from people that I once thought were friends, in part, some of them, and not just fair weather friends, but people who really did some noteworthy things. That was tough. There was several days of constant breakdowns, unbelievable headaches as my brain was processing this, as the facts were right in front of me and undeniable. Up until that point, I was still hoping that it was all miscommunication, all just bad accidents and so on and so forth, and just stupidity. And then no, it was all completely deliberate. And to have to realize, to have to wrestle with that fact, that alone, I think, can break some people. But bitter, I don't think so. If I felt a lot of things, but I don't think bitterness was in it. And if it was, then it wasn't there past the first year. There was a lot of pain involved. Emotional, psychological pain, no question about that, and physical pain from breakdowns, from cramps, from all sorts of things, but not what he is describing here. This is so strange, and so what I still want is a restoration of my reputation, and that I have some protection against the people who did it. Because, so this is something I would already be happy if I got some protection. Not, of course, justice is great, would be great. I think some of these people belong into forensic psychiatry. Because if they did it to me and get away with it, and I know two other people that they did something similar to and they got away with it, they will do it to more people and likely get away with it. And I would already be very, very happy if I could restore some of my reputation, because this is a giant slander campaign that I don't know what to do about. I have never found it in me to go onto social media and just blabber it out there like they do, because that's how it's one way of how they spread their lies constantly. They blabber all their nonsense, all their slander on social media, and in their personal circles. And what are you supposed to do against that? I don't want to be like these people. I don't want to go down to that level. But I also want to clear things up, because there are some very, very important people to me, very dear people to me that I care about a lot, that are still in the fangs of these types. And one thing they did very deliberately and very, very targeted was to drive my best friend and me apart through gaslighting and manipulation. And well, he believes all the worst things about me now, and that alone is extremely painful, and in part why we did this full diagnostic nonsense for half a year, because I then at least have some paper that says, hey, by the way, even if nobody ever looks at it, but if someone would, I could at least say, hey, all the stuff you allege about me, that is usually projection by the narcissist, because they are usually they have the things that they accuse you of. I could at least say, here, I have this official paper that says all the things you accuse me of, I don't. So please stop the slander and maybe realize that the person who told you I have any of these things is lying and making shit up and slandering me and manipulating you. And then maybe the dominoes can start to wobble a bit.Maybe not fall, but at least start wobbling. Because the moment the dominoes start to fall, that's a world breaking apart. And that's what lots of people are scared of. Because then oh God, what have we done for years? Oh no. So they stick with the abusive narrative that they think is all just. So they think the injustice that happened is just. That's what a narcissist, what a gaslighter essentially tries to build. Anyway, I would say when we talk about true embitterment, that is rather what can lead to suicide instead of this querulancy. I'm just looking for ways in while I look for trauma therapy to also find a way on how I can restore some truth out there, and because I have tons of evidence, like many people of who are targets of gaslighting, they have tons of evidence, but nobody wants to look at it. That's kind of that's a very, very scary situation. You feel extremely lost during that, because yeah, you have this giant pile of evidence against your gaslighters, but nobody wants to look at it, and they keep siding with the gaslighter, because the gaslighter tells them, do not engage with the target of my gaslighting, because they know if anyone honestly did that, they would be confronted with evidence and thus possibly change their minds. So everybody needs to be afraid of the target of the gaslighting. So nobody wants to engage. This is what makes it so dangerous. And well, I'm sorry I keep talking in circles there. It's a bit of a tough topic.
It's okay.
All right, where were we? Continues to fight. Well, embitterment can lead to dysfunctional behavior, like social withdrawal. That could be the isolation spiral. If you are depressed or have PTSD, which leads to depressive symptoms, there is something called the isolation spiral. It's because you feel really bad and sick. You through that sheer status, you are passively isolating yourself because you can't participate as well in life anymore. And if you have a conscience, especially and a bit of an altruistic nature, you may also think that I am in this horrible state. I do not want to burden my friends with me being like this. So you have a seemingly positive justification to isolate yourself. Then maybe you do not know whom to talk with in the first place, even if you would consider burdening a friend with that. And a real friend would take the burden without question, because that's what friends do. And the burden is easier for a friend to hold, and may even give that friend strength, because you trust that friend. That trust is going to make the burden easier. And what you need to do when you have these feelings of wanting to isolate, while you know you are depressed or in a depression-like state, you need to consciously do the opposite of what your subconscious wants. Because the isolation spiral, I would say, is already a preliminary feature of your subconscious wanting to prepare you to take the emergency exit out of life. Because since it's a spiral, it only worsens. You get worse, so you have even more justification not to burden anyone. You are even weaker over time, and in the end, this is a one-way street that in the end only leads to one result, because you can't get out. So the only rational choice is to completely go against this drive to isolate yourself and go see your friends and seek people. Get out, get air, walk around and meet friends. And if you have a confidant, especially talk with that person. Yeah, I'm just saying this because I've known people who didn't know about the isolation spiral. Before I knew about it, I also fell into it. This led me stepping into some traps of the people who wanted to get rid of me. And now I know better. And that's why I rather mention this, because people don't tend to know about it. So Phobic avoidance. That's a strange one.
That
is it referring to PTSD, avoidance of places and such?
Where is this one? Let me read it.
Embitterment can lead to dysfunctional behavior like social withdrawal. Phobic avoidance.
I think he's talking about general phobias.
No, I think it would have to be related to the source of the embitterment. But I find that strange. That why would you? I mean, I understand avoiding your abuser, but minor things, avoiding minor things, that is weird. And in the case of strong PTSD, like it's also this guy also alleges that you are not going to places or people, but mainly places that remind you of the negative experience. And I'm telling you, that's not it. That's not it, because I want to confront certain things. I need that for at least for a conclusion. Because the really mean thing is about psychological abuse that the abusers even withhold a conclusion from you. Is maybe the wrong word, but at least one last talk with the people who are dear to you, because that's psychological abusers tend to build cults of personality around them, and they can never allow you ever talking with anyone in the cult, no matter how dear they were to you. If you ever read about or saw documentaries about the Jehovah's Witnesses or Scientology, that's exactly what they're doing when they take family members of yours, or the family members are still stuck and you made it out. They will forbid all contact. But what I can tell you about PTSD and places that you avoid is that it's not that I avoid them because I don't want to be reminded. My brain does that all the time with associations of things, like maybe worse because of this autistic brain of mine that makes way more connections between things and over categories, that I get reactions over even mild associations with things. I can go into detail that in another thing, because it gets too far. But it gets quite annoying. I don't need the exact places for this to happen. It's nonsense. What happens when I get into the near and into the radius of such a place, that is a core associated with the PTSD, is that my body gives away. I have physical reactions. Mentally, I want to continue, but my legs turn into pudding and I hit a pavement at worst. And I've tried this. And at some point, I accepted I can't do this alone. I need support with that. And it's a physical, it's a body reaction. It's not just avoidance. There are people who are extremely avoidant about everything. Yes, I am not. It's part of why I'm looking for trauma therapists so hard, because I know that I could get these physical reactions out. I could act. I could do or at least when the time window would have been at least somewhat manageable still, that there would have been bigger chances of repairing something. That is, the longer it takes, the less likely that is, of course. But that maybe I could have had a chance, if at least it was just 1%, to mend something. Well, anyway, here we are, and this guy does not understand PTSD and abuse. I'm 100% sure of that. So what else is he like? Embitterment can lead to dysfunctional behavior like etc. Aggression, suicidality. Yeah, I mentioned that in a way. And prolonged legal battles. This is an interesting one because this is what goes into the delusional querulancy that he's talking about. Like, you dare fight for justice in something, because we always need to remember he puts justified things into this as well, not just delusional stuff. He equates fighting for justice, like fighting for, let's say, a human rights violation. And the abusive side will, of course, fight against it because the abusive side does not want to be legally, will not want to be proven to be a perpetrator, a bad person, and maybe go to jail or something. They'll rather try to turn it around and make you the abuser because you're just lying and making everything up, which is a projection because that's what they are doing. So this can take quite forever. I am in such a thing, in a way, although it's currently on hold, with my champagne socialist landlord. And it will continue now because the summer is over, because the heaters in my apartment are still not working, and it's gonna get cold. I had this problem last winter, and the Renters Association, all they did was send him a slightly unfriendly letter, like really just slightly unfriendly. And this guy knows enough that he knows that that's the paper tiger that's not going to do anything. He even once I once won a legal battle against him, and he waited out a time for, I don't know if it's a revision or what the English term is for Berufung. Like, you go to the next higher court, where he would have had to get a lawyer that he would have had to pay. And he just waited out the time for that, the limit for that. And after that was done, he just continued to doing the exact thing that the court had forbidden him from doing. And the lawyer I had at the time, instead of taking this as a clear sign of malice and maybe even insanity, just wrote him a mean letter, told him to stop, and pay for the letter that he had to write, which shut him up for a while. But a couple months later, like all, and there you could say that's a delusional querulant, although he's not actively making trouble. He's just exploitative and negligent and doesn't care about the damages he does to his tenants. But yeah, I could talk about this case for 3 hours on its own. The thing is simply that guy could have been brought to justice at this point, and I've been told but will take some time that due to what I have to endure because of his negligence in this house, like non-working freezers in heaters in winter, freezers. That is quite a violation in this country. It counts as physical harm. It's also neglectful to his property because it damages the substance of the building. That I would be entitled to, what is it called? Damages?
Yeah, damages.
Yeah. That is something that could actually help me pay some bills for healthcare. Maybe get a private therapist. They do exist. They just don't take health insurance, the general health insurance money. You have to pay them privately. They can be better, but that's not a guarantee. Anyway, Some prolonged legal battles are worth it. Sometimes it's about constitutional stuff that can take years and months and years. I don't know. Yes, the delusional querulent will do all of these things, but or may do some of them, but just because people do it doesn't mean they're pathological. And going through prolonged stress and being gaslit for essentially constantly, that can just naturally make you bitter about that, because you just want the fucking fight to be over, but you do not want to let the obvious malicious person, the, let's say, evil guy, win. Because that's wrong. It's just wrong. That's not for your personal ego. It's for a something higher or something deeper, whichever way you want to look at it. Anyway, embitterment manifests in many different ways. And he put a citation to this. This is an interesting point to put a citation. What is number 9? I just want to look it up. Number 9. Oh, a paper by him. Spectrum of Embitterment Manifestations from 2018.
Okay, so that one's pretty good.
What?
But it's by him.
Yeah. Similar to anxiety. Embitterment manifests in different ways, similar to anxiety. Okay, anxiety can manifest in different ways. Okay. Almost everyone knows spells of embitterment after experiencing insults or injustice. Yeah, if anything, that takes seconds. But I wouldn't even call it embitterment. That's a rather harsh, rather hard emotional reaction. Just being flustered or pissed for a second isn't yet bitter. So since he's German and from sadly a similar area of as I am originally, it seems to me that when we said someone is bitter, that is a long developing thing. Being bitter, verbittert sein, is something that took a while. Like it the word has a feeling of something crystallized out and hardened up. It's not a flight of a few seconds. It's not an instant moment. So I don't know why he's using the word this way. It's not how we use the word. So normal embitterment recedes quickly. I said something similar right now. Okay, similar to a spell of anxiety when one is confronted by a growling dog. As I said, embitterment is the wrong word. It's not when we use verbittert sein, embitterment, being bitter. That's a long-term thing, medium to long term. It's not a flight of seconds, as he puts it. So then there is also stimulus-bound long-term embitterment. That is the actual use of the word that we have. A person may generally behave inconspicuously and normally, but react with arousal and spells of embitterment when he or she is reminded of a special life event or person. So then come examples. What do you think about this part? This part of a sentence here.
May generally behave inconspicuously and normally, but react with arousal and spells of embitterment whenever he or she is reminded of. That just sounds like trigger. That sounds like a trigger.
Yeah, but even without trauma, this is like why it's like okay, in a harsh way. Why do you remind me of my rapist? Why do you bring that up? Why do you mention that I dropped out of high school for no apparent reason? Yeah, that's gonna bring up some negative emotions, possibly. But oh, headache. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, this is this hot drill type shit. Fuck. Yeah, to me, this part sounds like just a normal reaction that anyone would have.
Yeah, that just sounds like a normal reaction. He's the way that this sounds is he
also
really,
concludes it
really
so far
overblows.
this is all normal. Yeah, okay. This should have read on in this one instance that he also finishes this with. So far, this is all normal, but he puts normal in quotation marks. But at least he gives us this much. So, such as divorce, similar to experiencing persistent anxiety around dogs after one has been bitten. Dude, that's that's just justified reactions. Like, what the hell? Sorry, I talked over you.
No, it just sounds like he's overblowing things.
Mm-hmm.
And wants to make everything fit into this whole situation he's come up with.
So Kraepelin, the guy from 100 years ago, also described pathological embitterment. He probably also described phrenology, but that's just a guess. An intense and persistent reaction to a single event involving injustice, humiliation, and breach of trust. This can be parallel to PTSD, which is caused by a single by normal PTSD. Complex PTSD has several, that's why it's complex, several events that go over a prolonged period of time, caused by a single life-threatening and panic-provoking event. So that's where he draws his thing from. PTED, and he puts it here. He himself says it here. PTED, in brackets, querulent delusion. He admits himself this is the same to him. Is a pathological reaction to an extraordinary but commonly occurring negative life event. That already sounds like it makes no sense. So it's extraordinary but common. The event, it's a pathological reaction, and the event is extraordinary but commonly occurring. So things that happen in life, but it's so the extraordinary could mean that it's a rare occurrence in one's life, like it can only happen once or twice. But like a divorce, because you have to marry to get a divorce, and people don't marry that often usually. But the whole sentence of the event is extraordinary but common. I think it sounds like weird. Yeah, that's all right. In the chat. Okay. Simon Carlson says, disclaimer, this paper can literally cause a headache. Do not read without painkillers.
I agree.
Oh, thank you. I'm not alone. This shit is apparently, I don't know where to look for it. It's probably peer-reviewed because it's already being cited. It says it has 2 citations already. We can later check whether they are by Mr. Linden himself. Yeah, where were we? So, querulent delusion is a pathological reaction to an extraordinary but commonly occurring negative life event like a divorce, dismissal, so it can be a narcissistic reaction, personal insult, can be a narcissistic reaction, or vilification. Well, that's not a narcissistic reaction. That's just abuse. Vilification is abuse. Wait, but dismissal and a personal insult is an extraordinary but common negative life event. What? And you equate having that dismissal and a personal insult can cause PTSD-like reactions? In that case, we are already dealing with someone delusional. That is a narcissistic. What I read from this, if a dismissal or a personal insult, which can be just telling you no, or you're not part of the team. Sorry, in my stomach. That this when this causes you such a reaction, then that sounds like a narcissistic injury, an injury to a narcissistic ego, and then we are not talking about PTSD-like things. Oh God. See, this is oh God. See, this is why it's especially in retrospect, so weird. It's so good that I did all the differential diagnosis, that I don't have these weird things.
This whole paper gives me a headache because there are so many hoops you have to jump through to get to the line of thinking this psychologist has.
I say he's a psycho-emotionalist, not a psychologist, because psychology includes logos, which is logic, and he does use logic, but not in a way that holds up. I think he's just. I tried to make a joke here. I'm sorry, it failed. He's just, he has his conclusion and he tries to justify it through insane assumptions of how people function and work and think and react that are just not in accordance with reality. This is always think about that he might be talking about a narcissist. A narcissist may have these reactions for these tiny slides. Then it makes sense. But a narcissist is not a normal person. And this is why I think it's projection on his part, because he thinks like this. Because a narcissist can't think differently, and so he projects this onto everyone. It's the only way I can think of this. And good night, Jack. Good night, Jack. Have a good night. Have a good sleep. And glad you liked it so far. We are filling up the hour. Then Cyrek has to do some foodstuffs, and we'll see how far we get. Maybe I'll put some teasers at the end for what's going to come. Yeah. Let's see how far we can go. Next sentence. Seemingly trivial events can lead to a severe and lasting embitterment reaction. Yes, you are describing, this sentence describes a narcissistic injury. So when the narcissist feels wronged, someone who is emotionally immature, someone who the extreme example in a case with borderline personality disorder goes so far that when the borderliner has dreamed in a dream at night that you did something bad to the borderliner, and well, that can just be a mean word, the borderliner will feel so slighted to enact revenge against you in the waking world, while being aware that it was a dream. But you're still responsible to the borderline because the borderliner is irrational. But this is the kind of thing this sentence is talking about. This is talking about someone who is truly insane. Next sentence. It is irrelevant. Okay, that will be interesting. It is irrelevant whether the injustice would be regarded by others as insignificant or severe.
So it doesn't matter what others think. It's all about what you think.
Yeah, it's all about your subjective reality. Are you?
Yeah, I read a little bit ahead, by the way.
Yeah, it's okay. I know I'm taking forever.
No. I just wanted to see what the paragraph ended with, and it irks me.
I just had a my computer just had a hiccup. All right. What time did you say? 40 minutes. That's 2:50 my time. What? I'm confused.
That would have been
2:30 my time.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is irrelevant. So it is irrelevant whether the injustice would be regarded by others as insignificant or severe. So this means that it's purely subjective.
Yep.
And this is where the delusional part comes in, and the obsession and all of that stuff. For example, with the stuff that happened to me, that I have all this stuff about, I asked, like people do who've been gaslit like mad, I've asked people, can you look at this and this and this? If you want, not pushing it onto you. If it's too hard for you, say so. You don't need to, and so on. But people who've looked at these things, all of them said, no, this is obvious. This is criminal. And this is deliberate. This is malicious. And it's horrible. And I got some comforting words. And I've even been told this by people from within that social circle, but they do stick with the social circle that has done this because they're just afraid to be, 1, alone, 2, ostracized, 3, actively targeted and been done to the same. And this is what I find so baffling, that people rather stick with people they know do heinous crimes instead of helping clear it up and thereby you would if you dismantle this fortress of lies, and it can start to crumble very quickly once it starts to crumble, you would get rid of the bad people and keep all the good ones. But they don't start with that. If you're interested, if you like old crude science fiction, Stanislaw Lem, a Polish author, wrote a wonderful story about occult indoctrination and how to get out of it. Although you rarely have the methods he had in his story for that, because it's fiction, science fiction. It is in the Star Diaries, the 11th voyage, the 11th journey. It's one of my favorite science fiction stories. It's very simple. It's very crudely written, but he deliberately wrote in a crude fashion. I tried to read that, but the English version made the alien accent absolutely unreadable. In German, it's readable, but in English, it's like some weird amalgamation of Scottish, Welsh, Cockney, and French. I have no idea what to do with that. Anyway, so corresponding to the transactional stress model, the crucial factor here is the individual's appraisal of, rather than the objective severity or nature of, the injustice.
See, here's where I have an issue with this sentence. Objective is in quotations. Like there is no objective severity to anything. It should be.
I give you one spoiler. He's a postmodernist.
Oh, got it. So his opinion doesn't matter.
Yeah, but if it was that easy. If it was that easy. But yeah, continue.
But if anything, it should be the appraisal of, in quotations, rather than objective. Because that is the subjective part.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, could say that.
So there is objectivity to how severe something is. You can say that murder is the highest objective severity of an injustice.
Yeah, we can make that assumption. Yes, I think that that's a good baseline to argue from.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
But being slighted in a sense that you only lose a few minutes of your time to something, that's not severe at all. If you lose time at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, there's objectivity to severity.
Yeah, but yeah. What I see here is still he is equating or mistaking narcissistic injury with real problems, reactions to real problems. So he continues. PTED, so querulent delusion, is classified as trauma. No, it isn't. He classifies it as trauma because he invents it or reinvents it. Well, reinventing would also be the wrong term. He rediscovered it, as we learned from 100 years ago. So PTED is classified as trauma as the psychological status of the person switches from perfect health to chronic illness and disability from one moment to the next. I don't know, man. The thing with narcissists is that they are emotionally immature and emotionally unstable. So yeah, they can react like this too. Especially borderline is just instability, the disorder. I think we can leave this sentence so far as is. A chief characteristic of PTED, table 1, is the prevailing and dominating embitterment in reaction to injustice. That means perceived injustice. So we should add perceived injustice here. Humiliation and breach of trust, he keeps repeating himself. The duration, intensity, spreading, and resulting impairment are what distinguish normal from pathological embitterment. Again, similar to anxiety. He says he makes a distinction between normal and pathological embitterment, but I am not sure where he really draws the line.
It doesn't seem like he has a line.
Apart from embitterment itself, a variety of other pathological features can also be observed. For example, dysphoric mood. I would have to look that one up. Intrusive thoughts, helplessness, self-blame. Oh, narcissists don't self-blame. Suicidal ideations, and emotional arousal when reminded of the past. Dysphoric mood is something I would like to look up because that is something that I have not found so far. A dysphoric mood state may be expressed by patients as sadness, heaviness, numbness, or sometimes irritability and mood swings. They often report a loss of interest or pleasure in their usual activities, difficulty concentrating, or loss of energy and motivation. Sounds like something between depression and borderline. Is there a reference to where this term comes from?
Hopefully, it doesn't force you to go through a paywall.
The page wants me to register, and that's already too much for me. Who's wrote this? Halverson, Bienenfeld, Lee, and more. Yeah, give me more.
They want your cookies.
This work environment. I think that the term dysphoria is starting to get inflated massively since wow. Yeah, it's definitely going bonkers. Since the socialists are calling everything a dysphoria now, after co-opting gender dysphoria. So what causes dysphoric mood? Some include stress, environmental stresses like the loss of a loved one, a stressful work environment, or family conflict may cause feelings of a dysphoria. Health conditions, some physical health conditions like nutritional deficiencies, thyroid problems, or toxicities may also cause dysphoria.
Toxicities is very vague. What kind of toxicities are we talking?
I mean, it's here in physical health conditions. So hopefully it's not what I think it means, but instead it's poisonous snakes. I don't know. How do you treat dysphoria? Hormone therapy, such as feminizing hormone therapy.
How about
it goes right into gender dysphoria. I think this is the use of dysphoria here, dysphoric mood, is just nonsense. I think this is nonsense. Also, the second point is you shouldn't write it like that. This is additional stuff. This is not the main stuff that reduces gender dysphoria. That's just the hormone therapy that does it. The rest is a bonus, but that's its own topic. Okay, what is the? Oh, he put in his diagnostic criteria for his PTED. Core criteria that he proposes. One, that usually means that you need one out of both. Although, yeah. What did he write here? No. One, or A1, the patient responds with embitterment in direct relation to a negative life event which is experienced as injustice, humiliation, or breach of trust. I believe that almost any person on the planet could checkmark this.
Yep, I could.
2, the patient suffers from recurrent intrusional thoughts concerning the event and reacts with distinct emotional arousal when reminded of what has happened. Clarification, arousal in the psychological sense just means a reaction. It doesn't mean sexual already. It just means there is a reaction. Yeah, so the patient suffers from recurrent intrusional thoughts concerning the event and reacts with distinct emotional arousal when reminded of what has happened. I think this also everyone who can check 1 can check 2.
Yes, that's the point. It's leading into one another.
This is everyone. So core criteria A is fulfilled by probably everyone on the planet. Let's say above the age of 6, 8, 10. Definitely when you're of legal age, then definitely you have something. So B, additional symptoms. 1, the patient suffers from long-lasting dysphoric, aggressive, depressive mood. What the fuck is this?
It's one of the 3, or all 3 at once.
Dysphoric, aggressive, depressive. No, then you wouldn't. There are hyphens here. Why?
Yeah,
This is not an or, and he can use a slash to indicate or. Here further down he writes he/she, so this is not an or combination. This is one word. Dysphoric, aggressive, depressive mood, reminiscent. Dude, there should be a comma here. Reminiscent of depression with a somatic syndrome. Dysphoric, aggressive. Oh God. He needs to define more terms here. And also, this sounds like it could just be the depressive symptoms you have from normal PTSD. 2, and as these are additional symptoms, they don't need to be present. Like usually when you have something like this in the ICD-10, it can mean that you need 1 or 2 things from category B and 1 or 2 things from category A. So, or you need 1 thing from each category. 2, the emotional modulation is unimpaired. The emotional modulation is unimpaired. Okay. The patient shows normal affect if he or she is distracted and is even able to smile at thoughts of revenge.
What?
What? What? That came out of the blue. What am I looking at?
If you can smile at thoughts of revenge,
yeah, that's sadism.
You're a psychopath.
Yes, that is sadism. This is and as a psychopath is a narcissist. This is, oh God. I feel like, okay, this is a normal sentence so far. Patient shows normal affect if he or she is distracted. Yeah, that can be the case with PTSD as well. For the most part, there's a severe PTSD case will always be in tension, will always be tense, will always be in hypervigilance, which is extremely draining for the body. But and then this additional sentence there. So it is even able to smile. That's still okay. People with PTSD, even people with actual depression, they're also still able to smile. Just need the right mood, the right moment, the right stimulant, a good enough joke. When I am really down, really exhausted, I don't laugh about these little funny things like watching Freakazoid. I need really high level jokes that tingle my senses. But I just see at thoughts of revenge. It just whoa. I'm sorry. I'm having this. I'm stuck on this now. But this, wow.
It's all good. This whole thing.
I'm baffled. So I just skimmed all this material. I haven't looked at this table yet. Whoa. Oh God. What? May I consider this junk science? Okay. 3. Drive is reduced and seems to be blocked. That's a depression thing. This part here, again, number 2. He does ask in his questionnaire to assess whether you have this. If you have thoughts of revenge. He doesn't ask for justice. He asks for revenge. But there are people who can want revenge, but without ever taking satisfaction from it or smiling. They just think about it as justice, but they go overboard. But this, oh God, this is just so broken. Okay, 4. The patient experiences him or herself as a victim. If you do this with actual PTSD and you see yourself as a victim, you will likely die within a couple months. And that is just because your brain is telling your body to it's just going into shutdown mode. You will, I don't know how to put this into words, you will just shrivel up and just cease functioning. Because when you have real PTSD, not like these hysterical activists who claim to have PTSD, if you have the actual thing, you need to not see yourself as a victim. It's very important you do not ever use that word to describe yourself, because it robs you of all strength and agency. And agency is what you need. You need to retake. So a narcissist, a slighted narcissist, will see him or herself as a victim. So there's another point where he is describing narcissism. The one before is that is psychopathy. Oh, well, number 2. Number 2 is psychopathy. Number 3 is depression. Number 4 is narcissism. 5. The patient experiences a feeling of helplessness and finds themselves, oh God, unable to cope with the event and the consequences. That is complex PTSD. The result of psychological abuse. It can also be normal, like oh, we've been raped. Yeah, what do you do now? Yeah, you feel helpless, and you feel unable to cope with the event. Yeah, and the consequences. Because well, do you need to go to the police? Yeah, they need to take evidence. If you should go to the police. Hopefully, you have someone who can help you. They need to take evidence, which is very humiliating in itself. But it needs to be done in time. And then, well, you need to do a pregnancy test because you might gotten a very, very uncomfortable surprise. Yeah, dude, this is a normal reaction to relevant things. But a narcissist won't react like this. Not to my knowledge, not to my experience. So he's just mixing up random things. So and if he uses something from everything, in the end he will have covered everything, and everyone will at least click on one of these things. So number 6, the patient blames him or herself for not having prevented the event or being unable to handle it. This is a common thing for PTSD and complex PTSD. And this is a relevant point in trauma therapy, like, because you need to figure out that there was the situation that happened, that you couldn't handle, that you couldn't solve in a better way, and part of the therapy, because you have to update the cognition, not warp it, just update it with your new knowledge that you have processed this thing for so long, or try to understand it, and with your newfound knowledge, you now in the therapy session, you can add that new understanding into your comprehension of what happened, and thereby think of how, with this new knowledge, how could I have acted? Of people, when they feel helpless, they now realize, I actually wasn't helpless. I could have done this or that. I just couldn't see it at the time. And a realization like that can help take away a few puzzle pieces of the trauma and of the helplessness, and give you back some agency, because now you know what you could have done, and this makes you less scared of something like it happening again, because you have an idea of what you could do. 7, the patient does not care about what will happen to him or her, and does not even know if he or she wants the wound to heal. Like, the last thing is stupid. The last thing sounds like maybe how a borderliner would think. The first part, I would say, is that can be the end state of someone who has been made completely, who has been completely disenfranchised and is completely helpless. And this can be the state where someone does a school shooting, for example. Like, but because you have nothing to lose anymore. and nothing makes sense, nothing has value. This is a nihilistic reaction. But the second part I don't see making sense for anyone but someone as insane as a borderliner.
Maybe if that was a second, if they were two separate points, maybe they would have been, maybe they would have fit here. But if they're on one, they complement one another.
Yeah, in these things, the whether it's an and or an or is important. Okay. 8. The patient suffers from unspecific symptomatic symptoms, for example, sleep disorder, loss of appetite, fatigue, tension. Yeah, that's welcome to depression. For example, sleep disorders are also common for PTSD, as is loss of appetite because you're in constant tension. So your parasympathetic nervous system is constantly in attack run mode. It's in the sympathicus is active. That's why you don't have appetite, because you only have appetite during when your parasympatheticus is active. That's where your whole digestive system is running. Since your body constantly thinks fret, and doesn't stop, you have to force it into the parasympatheticus. You have to eat anyway, is what that means. Fatigue, yeah, if you have constant breakdowns from the PTSD, you will be fatigued. Tension, PTSD, you are hypertense. That's the hypervigilance. Yeah, great. Thank you for throwing in depression and normal PTSD in here again. The patient number 9, the patient shows phobic avoidance of people or locations related to the event. Yeah, that's PTSD. And also quite a normal reaction. It's nothing to do with embitterment. And as I said, you don't need to have phobic avoidance in order for PTSD. You can just have physical reactions, and then you avoid the places because of that. 10. The patient has suicidal ideation. Wow, that's not everyone, but there's so many conditions that fulfill this.
There are.
And the thing is, with good diagnostic criteria, you do not get overlap with tons of other disorders. You do your distinct ones, and this thing is trying to take something from everything to get false positives. This whole thing is written in a way that it will always be that it will throw you false positives. There are borderline questionnaires. I think the IES-27, 26 or 27. I think 27 or 20. 27. It's 26 or 27. This is a questionnaire that should not be used for borderline diagnosis because it will throw false positives like mad. And well, this thing is worse than that, even worse than that. Suicidal ideation.
Like,
yeah.
If they had given me this whenever so back in 2017, I got into a car accident and tore almost all the muscles in my back.
Mm-hmm.
It was hard for me to move. They gave me painkillers that are depressants.
Great.
So I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Apparently, I had sledwalk out onto my balcony and was on the rail whenever I woke up.
That's not good.
No. I told one of my friends about it, and he sent my chain of command, because this was in the military, over, and they're like, "Do you need help?" And I knew if I had said no, I would have been involuntarily sent to the psych ward.
That's bad, because then you can't get out.
I wouldn't have stayed there for 3 days. So I said yes. So I went there voluntarily. And they took me off of the pain meds. The side effects are depression and suicidal thoughts. So whenever I got off of that, my whole freaking mood lightened.
Mm-hmm.
And so if they had given me this test or given me this questionnaire, they would have automatically marked 10. They would have.
Mm-hmm.
And thing is, before that, never had an inkling of it. It was because of the medication.
Yeah. Well, it was, I'm just this. So I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's just absurd, and it's
I laugh because
so often
it's funny.
that it leads to that. It's the absurdity of it, and it happens too often. Yeah. On that note, I just wanted to note anyone who's listening to this, if you're depressed or have PTSD or anything, do not drink alcohol, especially when you're in a bad mood, because alcohol itself is a depressant. It is not a good coping mechanism. Look for a better coping mechanism. You do not want to take a depressant when you are already depressed. It's just gonna make it worse. So I'm not talking. So when you are like drink, if you want to drink alcohol, especially when you have issues, relegate it to only when you are in a good mood, and only then. No exceptions. This is important, because as I said, alcohol is a depressant. It just make things worse.
Mm-hmm. That's why I only drink alcohol whenever I'm in a good mood, and that's like I sparingly drink alcohol because I can have fun without it.
Yeah, and your body also associates the mood you are in with the alcohol. So even if years later on, you are in good times again, in good health, and you then drink alcohol, but you always drank alcohol,
upset.
Yeah, during bad times, then your body may just switch into this bad mood mode. And that's when you see people drinking alcohol who suddenly turn into a really nasty person, because their psyche has made this association. Alcohol can do that. Yeah, so let's rather just make your body associate alcohol with good stuff. All right, number 11. Then we're done with part B. The patient has recurrent thoughts of revenge. Yeah, psycho, and or fantasies of aggression or extended suicide.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, I wanted to ask that. Does that mean like you actually want to do it instead of just thinking about it? Or what does that mean?
Or do they mean murder suicide for revenge?
I don't know. Yeah, but then it would be murder suicide, wouldn't it?
Well, extended suicide, it's a vague term. I don't understand it. I like that background.
Thank you. I wish the stupid tiles wouldn't obstruct it.
Oxford Medicine. Extended suicide.
Committed by couples, suicide pacts, and mercy killings, and by groups of people in mass suicide. Okay.
Okay, so it's murder suicide. Got it.
Okay.
So once you've taken the revenge that you seek, and you've gotten rid of your problem in the worst possible way, you take care of the extra problem of going to jail.
Yeah, but so this could be either a result of nihilism or a result of being so helpless and powerless and having lost all faith in the system that is supposed to make things right working, which can be assuming the person is not delusional, but just is the victim of a truly unjust thing, a truly unjust crime, a heinous crime, and the whole state is protecting the perpetrator and blaming you. That is something that can drive a normal, justified person over the edge and doing this. And yes, Mike Tester, murder-suicide is dumb and pathetic. But these situations still lead people to it. You just need to, you can drive anyone over the edge. Absolutely anyone. And it's bad people who do that deliberately to others. So category D, where's the C?
There's no C.
What?
Get your alphabetical numerical order in order.
Is there some special rule where there's no C that I'm not aware of? Mytism is hurting. Okay, D. There is no mental disorder in the year before the critical life event, which can explain the symptoms.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the year before maybe you just didn't diagnose it. Because as I said, all he describes here are reactions from cluster B personality disorders, PTSD, depression, and something else. Did I mention something else? No, it's basically that. Cluster B disorders. Cool. E. The disorder causes significant. So D rules out everything, essentially, because you are unlikely to have any of these things without a disorder. And if you have PTSD, real PTSD, I think it's unlikely that you could be categorized as this PTED stuff, because it insinuates that you have a narcissistic personality disorder. And having a narcissistic personality disorder, which is a mental disorder, would trigger category D, as criteria category D, and therefore make it unable to have this condition. It's like, great, you killed your own condition, you idiot. Because he doesn't understand what the fuck he's even doing. E. The disorder causes significant stress and impairment in daily life. PTSD. Great. Wonderful. F. The problem lasts longer than 6 months. Yep, PTSD again. And or you have the actual querulent delusion. But he is pulling real problems into querulent delusion. It's just fucking evil. And I know you're running out of time now. Yes. And this part here is quite long, but we went through his diagnostic criteria. What do you think of this? The table.
The whole table doesn't make sense because it conflates a whole bunch of different issues into one. And I don't see why.
Mm-hmm.
So it just, why are you conflating a whole bunch of different things together just to make a point that doesn't need to be made?
He wants this thing to work.
He wants it to work, but he's forcing it, and so it's not going to work whenever your logic and reason are applied to it.
Yeah, that's why I said it looks to me like he had his great idea for a diagnosis, and is working backwards in how to justify it. So how do people act who act like the thing I'm describing? And it's all these different things that we have already classified as being distinct from one another.
Mm-hmm.
So next time, if there is one, if you want to continue going through this with me.
Oh, I do.
Wonderful. Though we can't make it a set date. We'll just go with when you have time. I tend to at night. Also for me, it's nighttime. So we go through this paragraph, then we get measuring embitterment, it's a short one, prevalence of embitterment, causes of embitterment, that will be interesting. The treatment of embitterment, that's where it will get really, really, really funny. Embitterment and PTED in the ICD and the DSM, because he wants it in there, of course. He has no conflicts of interest, of course. No funding sources. Both authors contributed to writing the manuscript. And then come the references. And I'll just give you a little skip over it. They're not all him. But, so number one is here, the book from 1915. And then we have Lyndon M. Lyndon M. WHO. APA, Lyndon M. Lyndon M. Some people, Lyndon M. So he's citing his own papers all the time.
And that's not how you do one of these at all. If you're trying to get information out there, you don't always just cite your information.
We can just, because his name is in other parts as well. Let's do it like this. 22 mentions on the page alone, but some are doubled in these. Like here, we see his name turns up twice in this paper. But it's of the 76 references, his name turns up at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, or what I think only as editor. 8, 9, 10. Now I lost count. 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 times.
That's too many times.
That's a lot.
That's too many times. So citing yourself once, that's fine. Citing yourself more than that, not so much.
Yeah, and lots of the other papers are a derivative of his work, and people he's worked with on his papers. So it's a circle jerk. It's a big circle jerk, and there will be some really cool things. Just give you a glimpse of when we talk about the therapy he proposes, and it comes from the Wisdom Therapy trademarked institute. It is Wisdom Therapy trademarked. The trademark is important. It's patented. It has a patent pending. When you have a therapy trademarked for the pathology you have invented, where you can lump everyone into it with the table we just saw, it seems a bit fishy. Especially with, and we'll get into what this therapy really is, not just the basic points he's talking about. Even his cognitive behavior therapy that he mentions here is a very skewed version of it. But especially since, you have this despotic regime where people criticize your government, and we can just declare those people who complain as delusional querulants, and then, hey, I have this therapy that I trademarked, that I can give you, that I can give these people. Just pay for it. It's great. It's awesome. Oh yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah, and this is our guy.
That's him in 2010.
This is Michael Linden. This is our guy. He's a very jolly fellow.
But I am gonna have to pop off here.
Yeah. That's why I rushed through the teasers for the future.
Yes. I will let you know as soon as I get the chance to stream again at night.
Yeah. Yeah, just chat up the add up the calendar. There's still a few things you just update it.
Yeah, I just got
we'll find a
updated
day.
because I got updated because I screwed up time zone. Technically military time. I screwed up because my brain is like, oh, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 1600. 6 hours away from that is 8 o'clock. Somehow.
Yeah, but I gave you a link to a time zone converter with visual aid that should help mitigate this, because it happened to me so often too. It's annoying.
This was really, really fun, and besides the headache that this whole thing gives, this was
gonna get worse.
I know it is, and I cannot wait. I put myself through this all the time.
Man, now imagine your therapist suddenly, you get a new therapist out of the blue, and suddenly he says, "You have this thing."
You didn't even question me, Doc. You got it.
Did you look at the things that were done to me and the evidence that's in the file? No, but you complained about something in the last report being wrong, so you must be a delusional querulant. I don't like that. So you must be delusional. Everything is good. Everything is perfect. Stop pointing out flaws. Never report a bug. It might offend the company. I don't know, man. All right. All right. Have a good night.
Good night.
And anyone who was watching, I hope you enjoyed too. Yeah, Simon Carlson, thank you. I am glad you enjoyed, and I hope we continue this, and probably if we're lucky, sometime next week. But I can't really promise the day. But hopefully, YouTube will leave the stream on, although we have to talk about very tough subjects.
I don't think there should be an issue.
Hopefully,
we stayed within guidelines.
It's all for it's for mental health improvement. Seriously. You shouldn't fall for bad therapy, or if you get bad therapy, you should learn to spot it and get out quickly. All right. Our Lord and Savior Michael Linden. Oh God. You will be surprised. It's not even wrong.
I cannot wait to finish this thing. We got through 2 sections. Let's see, we got through 2 sections. Maybe we can get through another 2 next time. Maybe even 3.
The diagnostic criteria, that surprised me. That knocked me out of the water. Like, dude, can you make it more? Can you pull more common problems of people into this, please? God. All right. Everyone have a good night. I have a problem with long goodbyes, so here we go. Or well, leave.